Welcome back to Background Historian. Tonight, we begin a quiet journey into the world of medieval Europe, where life moved at a slower rhythm and communities faced illness and uncertainty with remarkable patience and resilience. Together we will drift through candlelit homes, quiet village rituals, and the tender ways people cared for one another during times of sickness and loss. This series is designed to be soft and comforting, a gentle walk through history as you rest and let your thoughts settle into stillness. Part 1. A quiet introduction to the landscape of medieval Europe. As you settle into a comfortable position and allow the evening to soften around you, let us begin our quiet journey into a world long past. Medieval Europe, stretching roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, was a place shaped by forests and small villages, calm rivers and winding roads, monasteries tucked into hillsides, and towns where life moved at a slow, steady rhythm. This first chapter serves as a gentle doorway into that world. There will be no harshness here, only calm reflection on the landscapes, communities, and beliefs that formed the backdrop for medieval understandings of illness, health, and the fragile beauty of life. Imagine the continent as it existed centuries ago. Much of Europe was covered in dense woodland, where the scents of pine, oak, and moss hung in the cool air. Wolves roamed the deep forests, but so did herbalists, monks gathering plants, and travelers making their way between distant markets. Fields stretched outward from small settlements, patched with wheat, barley, oats, and vegetables. Every season carried its own rhythm. Spring thaw brought mud and the first pale flowers, summer meant long days of labor beneath the sun, autumn offered harvests and celebration, winter pulled families close to the fire as snow settled quietly over towns. In this landscape, life moved more slowly than it does today. People rose with the sun and slept when darkness made further work difficult. There were no street lamps to soften the night, no cars to fill the air with noise. After twilight, silence wrapped most communities like a blanket. The only sounds might be the crackling of a hearth fire, the occasional bark of a dog, or the soft hum of families speaking quietly before bed. It was in this world of candlelight, simple tools, and deeply shared routines that medieval understandings of the human body and of illness took shape. Daily life was communal. Most people lived in villages of perhaps 50 to a few hundred residents. Homes were built of timber, clay, or wattle and daub, with thatched roofs that rustled in the wind. Inside, one room often served many purposes: cooking, sleeping, working, and gathering. Families were close in relationship and close in space. Children, parents, grandparents, and sometimes extended kin all lived together. This closeness meant that news spread quickly, help was always nearby, and life, both its joys and fears, was shared. In the background stood the village church or chapel, often the largest building in the settlement. Its bell marked time-y moments of prayer, the passing of hours, the changing of days. The churchyard, shaded by ancient trees, held graves that reminded villagers of their ancestors and the continuity of life. This space was not frightening but familiar, a place where people reflected on the cycles of existence and where they found comfort during uncertain times. Throughout medieval Europe, illness and health were woven into the patterns of daily life. People did not have microscopes or modern science to explain disease. Instead, they relied on experience, observation, tradition, and spiritual belief. Many understood the world through the interplay of natural and supernatural forces. Nature, with its seasons and storms, its fertility and famine, was seen as deeply connected to human health. A good harvest meant strength, warmth, and well-being. A failed harvest meant vulnerability. Water came from wells, springs, or streams. People understood, through long habit, that fresh flowing water was safer than stagnant pools, though they lacked the scientific vocabulary to explain why. Food was preserved through salting, smoking, drying, or fermenting. Bread, ale, pottage, cheese, and vegetables formed the backbone of most diets. Because life was so intertwined with the land, people developed a deep awareness of subtle changes in weather, soil, and vegetation. If the summer was too wet or too cold, people knew it could affect their health long before winter arrived. Travel was slow, and roads were uneven, but even so, Europe was not isolated. Pilgrims walked to shrines miles away, merchants traveled with carts, shepherds moved flocks between pastures. These journeys brought news, goods, and stories from far-off regions. They also shaped people's understanding of sickness. A traveling merchant might mention an illness he witnessed in another town. A pilgrim might tell of healers in a distant monastery. Rumors of disease spread long before any symptoms arrived. But at the heart of medieval life was community resilience. During times of hardship, families, neighbors, and entire villages came together. They shared food, tended each other's children, and prayed collectively for healing or protection. There was a sense that life was fragile, yes, but also that it was supported by the strength of bonds that held people together. When someone fell ill, others offered herbs, broths, charms, or prayers. Illness was seen not as an individual trial but as something that touched the life of the entire community. Religion shaped perceptions of health in profound ways. Medieval Europeans believed the natural world was infused with divine presence. A rainbow, a storm, a sudden recovery from illness. All these were signs of spiritual meaning. People turned to faith for comfort when sickness entered their homes. They lit candles, whispered prayers, made offerings, and sometimes vowed pilgrimages if a loved one recovered. The Church provided explanations for suffering and promised that even pain and uncertainty were part of a larger spiritual journey. This worldview did not eliminate fear, but it softened it, giving shape and purpose to life's challenges. Medical knowledge existed, though it was different from what we know today. Physicians studied ancient texts by authors like Galen and Hippocrates, learning theories of humors and bodily balance. Monasteries preserved manuscripts, copied by patient hands over generations. Herbal remedies passed down through families offered relief for many common ailments. Honey, garlic, rosemary, mint, and chamomile were trusted allies. So were poultices made from warm herbs, teas brewed gently over a fire, and soothing balms. None of these cures were perfect, but they reflected a deep and intimate relationship with the natural world. In towns, larger settlements with markets, guilds, and walls, life was more crowded, noisier, and at times more precarious. Craftsmen and merchants lived above their shops. Streets bustled with activity during the day but grew serene at night. Towns offered opportunity and exchange, but also brought together large numbers of people in small spaces, making illnesses more challenging to contain. Yet even in the busiest urban centers, there was a rhythm of stillness at dawn and dusk. When markets closed, candles flickered through windows, and the sound of distant bells rolled through narrow streets like a gentle wave. Death, though present in daily awareness, was not viewed with the same dread modern people often feel. It was understood as a natural part of life's cycle, approached with ritual, community support, and prayer. People hoped for a peaceful passing, surrounded by loved ones, with a priest offering blessings. Mourning customs helped families feel connected to their ancestors, weaving each generation into the fabric of the community. As you breathe slowly and let your thoughts settle, picture medieval Europe not as a harsh or frightening place, but as a world illuminated by small fires, close ties, simple routines, and a deep connection to natural forces. Disease and death were part of life, but so were healing, hope, and shared strength. And it is within this gentle environment, rich with history, humanity, and quiet resilience, that our story unfolds. In our next chapter, we will explore how medieval people understood the human body, its mysteries, its balance, and the fragile harmony they believed kept illness at bay. Part 2. The medieval understanding of the human body, balance, mystery, and gentle belief. As your breathing settles into a slow, comfortable rhythm, let us step quietly deeper into the medieval world, into the soft, candlelit space where people pondered the mysteries of their own bodies. Medieval Europeans lived without modern medical knowledge, yet their world was filled with meaning, patterns, and a sense of deep interconnectedness between the human body, the natural world, and the divine. Their understanding of health rested on centuries of inherited wisdom, ancient texts, and the steady observations of village healers, monks, and scholars who tried, in their own thoughtful way, to make sense of the body's fragile harmony. Imagine a small wooden table in a medieval home. A candle flickers gently beside a cup of herbs, a linen cloth, and a small, polished book worn from years of use. The light is soft, a gentle reminder that night has settled beyond the walls. A healer might sit beside such a table, gathering her knowledge not from laboratories or instruments, but from the slow passing of seasons, the behavior of plants, the memories of past illnesses, and the wisdom left behind by earlier generations. In this world, the body was seen not as a machine, but as a delicate balance maintained through lifestyle, environment, and spiritual well-being. At the heart of medieval medical understanding was the ancient theory of the four humours. This idea, carried from Greece to Rome, from Rome to medieval monasteries, and from monasteries to villages, taught that the body was governed by four essential fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile. Each humour had its own qualities: warm or cold, dry or wet. Health depended on keeping these humours in balance. Illness arose when one humour became too strong or too weak, too hot or too cool. Though this theory seems distant from our modern understanding, it offered medieval people a clear, organized way to make sense of symptoms and emotional states. For example, a person who felt feverish might be described as having an excess of heat in the blood. Someone melancholic or withdrawn might be said to have too much black bile. A lethargic individual might suffer from an abundance of phlegm. Healers used these ideas not as rigid systems, but as a flexible guide for interpreting the body's signals. It gave them language, structure, and a sense of purpose in caring for others. The humoral theory extended beyond the body to include personality. Medieval people believed that temperament, emotion, and mood were tied to humoral balance. Someone cheerful and lively was sanguine, shaped by the qualities of blood. Someone calm and thoughtful was phlegmatic. A fiery, passionate person was choleric. A quiet, introspective person was melancholic. This view softened the sharp lines between physical and emotional states, giving medieval people a holistic, gentle perspective on human nature. Most importantly, medieval people understood the human body as part of a larger web of influences, natural, spiritual, and celestial. The body responded to seasons, just as fields and forests did. Winter brought cold and dampness, and many believed this made people more prone to certain ailments. Summer heat could bring exhaustion or imbalance. Spring and autumn, those transitional seasons, were times when healers were especially attentive to subtle shifts in well-being. Even the phases of the moon, the direction of the wind, and the quality of the harvest were believed to shape health. This worldview was not fearful but organic. It reflected a deep connection to the cycles of nature. Medieval people felt themselves part of the world's rhythms, not separate from them. If a sudden illness struck, they asked not only what went wrong inside the body, but also what had changed in the world around them. In wealthier towns and cities, physicians studied ancient texts preserved in Latin. They read the works of scholars like Galen, whose anatomical theories influenced European medicine for centuries. Medical training often involved years of reading, debate, and reflection. Without dissection or modern tools, physicians relied on reasoning, metaphor, and classical knowledge. They believed that the body reflected the harmony of the cosmos, its order, its patterns, its balance. A physician's role was to restore this harmony. In villages, however, healing was more practical, experimental, and tied to the land. Herbalists collected plants from forests, meadows, and riverbanks. They recognized which herbs soothed stomachs, eased headaches, calmed anxiety, or warmed cold limbs. They observed how certain flowers bloomed during specific times of year and associated those rhythms with healing properties. Elderflower for colds, lavender for rest, rosemary for memory, mint for stomach discomfort, chamomile for sleep. These remedies were gentle and familiar, woven into the routines of daily life. A mother preparing a warm compress for her child's fever might not know humoral theory in detail, but she understood comfort, warmth, and the healing power of care. A monk tending to an ill traveler in a monastery infirmary might read a passage from a medical text before preparing a broth or herbal infusion. Healing was a blend of theory and compassion, knowledge and intuition. Because spiritual belief permeated medieval thought, people often saw illness as having both physical and spiritual dimensions. They did not assume every sickness was a punishment, rather, they believed the body and soul were connected. Emotional strain, moral burdens, or spiritual unrest could weaken the vitality of the body. A confession, a prayer, or time spent in reflection could be just as important as herbs or warm rest. In this sense, healing was never purely physical. It was a holistic process involving comfort, community, ritual, and faith. Yet despite the absence of modern science, medieval people observed their bodies with surprising accuracy. They noticed which illnesses came with damp weather, which with cold winters, which with crowded markets. They recognized that rest strengthened the body, that certain foods helped recovery, and that stress or grief could weaken someone. Their knowledge was imperfect, but it was sincere, grounded in lived experience, and passed down with care. Another essential part of medieval health involved balance in daily life. Too much labor could exhaust the body, too much rest could dull it. Too much hot food could warm the humors excessively, too much cold food could weaken them. Moderation was seen as a virtue not only morally but physically. Many medieval medical texts urged people to maintain harmony through balanced meals, adequate sleep, gentle exercise, fresh air, and spiritual reflection. In towns, physicians might prescribe diets based on humoral balance, encouraging warm, moist foods in winter and cooler, lighter foods in summer. In villages, families simply followed seasonal rhythms, heavier meals in cold months, fresh produce in warm months, aligning naturally with what physicians recommended. As you rest here peacefully, imagine medieval people lying awake under the soft glow of a candle, placing a hand on their chest to feel their heartbeat, reflecting quietly on their body's signals. They did not understand cells or microbes, but they understood vulnerability, resilience, and the delicate harmony of life. The body, in their eyes, was a mysterious but meaningful vessel, one that required care, respect, and attentiveness. In this gentle worldview, illness was not an enemy but a sign that balance had shifted. The solution was patience, warmth, prayer, herbs, rest, and the comforting presence of family or community. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was mechanistic. Healing unfolded slowly, like dawn spreading across the horizon. In the next chapter, we will step into the world of village healers, monks, and herbal practitioners. Those who dedicated their lives to learning the quiet language of plants, prayers, and gentle remedies. Part 3. Village healers, monks, and the quiet wisdom of medieval herbal traditions. As night gathers softly around you and your breath falls into a gentle, even rhythm, let us walk deeper into the heart of medieval Europe, into the quiet spaces where healing took place. In an age before laboratories, hospitals, or scientific instruments, care for the sick arose not from machines or modern medicine, but from the hands, hearts, and accumulated wisdom of ordinary people. Village healers with baskets full of herbs, monks tending to the sick in candlelit infirmaries, and midwives guiding families through births and illnesses all formed the fragile but steady backbone of medieval healthcare. This world was not one of quick cures or rigid protocols. Healing was slow, patient, intuitive, and deeply connected to the land. To understand how medieval people faced illness, one must first understand the figures who stood closest to suffering. The ones who gathered herbs, whispered prayers, observed symptoms, comforted the weak, and restored hope to frightened families. Picture, if you will, a small medieval village nestled against the edge of a forest. The morning sun has not yet risen, but a faint glow touches the tops of the trees. A healer, perhaps a woman in her middle years, or an older man who has watched the seasons unfold many times, steps quietly through the undergrowth. She carries a woven basket on her arm, her eyes steady and thoughtful as she searches for particular plants. She knows the forest as intimately as she knows her own home. She recognizes which leaves belong to soothing herbs and which belong to plants that must never be touched. She remembers which roots strengthen digestion, which flowers help restless sleepers, which stems ease fevers, and which mosses help wounds close cleanly. Her knowledge comes not from books but from the slow accumulation of memory, experience, and teachings passed down through her family or the elder healers who preceded her. She pauses beside a low-growing plant, yarrow. Its feathery leaves look delicate, but she knows it carries strong healing properties. Not far away, she finds meadowsweet, often used to ease aches. She gathers herbs carefully, never taking more than she needs, whispering a soft acknowledgement to the earth as she works. In medieval Europe, such respect for the land was not unusual. It was a quiet part of life's rhythm. By mid-morning, she returns to her home near the edge of the village. Inside, shelves hold bundles of dried herbs tied neatly with twine. Clay pots contain ointments made from beeswax and herbs. Glass vials, rare, precious items, hold tinctures steeped in wine or vinegar. Everything has its place. Everything has a reason. When someone falls ill in the village, they come to her. Not because she claims magical power, but because she knows their families, their histories, their habits. She knows who is strong, who is fragile, who suffers from recurring stomach troubles, and who tends to fall ill during the cold months. A mother might arrive with a feverish child bundled in wool. A farmer might come seeking help for a swollen joint. A pregnant woman might ask for herbs to ease nausea or anxiety. These interactions are calm, familiar, woven into daily life. The healer listens, observes, feels the skin for warmth or coolness, and quietly offers advice. Her knowledge is not infallible, but it is rooted in compassion and long experience. And in a world without physicians in every town, without pharmacies or clinics, this kind of wisdom is invaluable. Beyond the village, monasteries played an equally important role in medieval healing. Monks were among the few people who had access to written medical texts. Within the thick stone walls of their abbeys, they maintained libraries where ancient works by Hippocrates, Galen, Dioscorides, and Roman authors were copied and studied. Many monasteries kept detailed herbals, manuscripts filled with drawings of plants, their uses, and instructions for preparing remedies. Step into a medieval monastery infirmary. The air smells faintly of beeswax candles, lavender, rosemary, and clean linen. The room is quiet, with narrow windows letting in soft daylight. Beds lined with straw mattresses and woolen blankets offer rest to travelers, monks, or villagers seeking care. A monk in a brown or black robe moves gently between the beds. He carries a small wooden bowl filled with warm broth, or perhaps a cup of herbal infusion. Monastic healing was grounded in the belief that care for the body and care for the soul were inseparable. When a monk tended to someone, he offered not only a remedy but also prayer, comfort, and a sense of spiritual grounding. Monks cultivated herb gardens, carefully tended spaces where they grew plants used for healing. Beds arranged in neat rows held mint, sage, hyssop, fennel, chamomile, comfrey, feverfew, and countless other plants. These gardens were places of tranquility, where the sound of distant chanting blended with birdsong and the soft rustle of leaves. The monks' work with herbs was often methodical. They dried plants in cool, airy rooms. They ground roots using mortar and pestle. They prepared salves with warm oils. They steeped teas over small fires. They recorded their observations meticulously, contributing to the slow growth of medical knowledge across centuries. Yet medieval healing extended beyond herbs. It also included a deep respect for ritual and spiritual well-being. Many believed illness arose not only from imbalance in the body's humors, but also from emotional strain, fear, or spiritual disquiet. A gentle prayer offered at one's bedside might soothe the mind, even if it could not cure the body. A priest's blessing could provide comfort and relieve anxiety. Pilgrimages to shrines dedicated to healing saints, such as Saint Blaise, Saint Hugh, or Saint Roch, offered many people hope. This blending of physical and spiritual healing created a sense of wholeness. Illness was not faced alone or in silence. It was surrounded by community, by ritual, by the steady belief that healing came not just from herbs or knowledge, but from compassion, presence, and faith. Midwives also played a central role in medieval health. They guided mothers through childbirth, offered herbal remedies for pain or swelling, and taught young women how to care for infants. Their work was intimate and respected, and they often held a special place in community life. Like healers, midwives learned from experience, observation, and tradition. Although medieval medical knowledge had limitations, the people who cared for the sick did so with remarkable attentiveness. They lacked scientific tools, but they compensated with patience, closeness to the natural world, and a deep understanding of how to bring comfort. They treated fevers with warm wraps, coughs with honey and herbs, wounds with balms made from animal fat and crushed plants, and exhaustion with rest and nourishing broth. And in many cases, these remedies genuinely helped. Honey, for example, is naturally antibacterial. Ginger aids digestion. Chamomile calms the nervous system. Willow bark eases pain. Medieval healers may not have understood the science behind these effects, but they understood the results. As you rest here, imagine a medieval healer standing beside a small hearth fire, stirring a pot of warm herbal tea. Outside, the wind rustles through the trees, and the village hums quietly with evening sounds. Inside, the healer moves with steady confidence, her knowledge shaped not by medical degrees but by a lifetime of observation, care, and love for her community. Their world was fragile, yes, but it was also filled with resilience. Healing was not impersonal or distant. It was rooted in touch, warmth, patience, presence, and the deep intuition that life, even at its most delicate, was worth nurturing. In the next chapter, we will step into the bustling, but vulnerable, life of medieval towns, where crowds, markets, and narrow streets created new challenges and shaped how disease could appear and spread. Part 4. Life in medieval towns, crowds, seasons, and quiet vulnerabilities. As you settle into a gentle, relaxed breathing pattern and let the outside world drift softly away, imagine that we are now leaving the calm edges of the medieval countryside and stepping quietly into a town. Towns in medieval Europe were not the bustling cities of today. They were smaller, quieter, and far more intimate. And yet, compared to the open fields and distant farmsteads of the countryside, these towns felt full. Full of activity, full of people, full of sounds and scents and rhythms that shaped daily life in their own distinct way. Picture a medieval town at daybreak. The sky is a pale grey blue, touched by the first faint hints of sunrise, and the streets are still cool with night air. The narrow lanes, some paved with smooth stones and others left as packed earth, twist between rows of timbered houses. Their upper stories lean slightly over the street, creating a sense of enclosure, almost like corridors between tall trees in a forest. Wooden shutters are still closed, and only a few early risers walk the quiet streets, a baker shuffling toward his shop, a woman carrying water from the communal well, a child pushing open a stable door to tend to a family animal. Soon, however, the town begins to stir. Windows open. Voices rise. The first carts, pulled by small sturdy horses, rumble toward the central market square. A blacksmith begins heating his forge. Merchants unlock wooden chests filled with cloth, pottery, or spices. The church bell rings across rooftops, marking the hour of morning prayer. As more people step outside, the winding lanes begin to fill with the slow, steady rhythm of medieval town life. This world feels closer and more compact than the countryside. Houses are built close together, sometimes touching walls. Families live, work, eat, and sleep in the same tall, narrow buildings. Shops occupy the ground floor, while living spaces sit above. The smells of cooking, from bread, meat stews, root vegetables, and smoke, drift through doorways. Children play in the alleys, artisans shape metal or carve wood in open workshops, and farmers from nearby fields arrive to sell produce or grain. Compared to the wide open fields of villages, everything here feels nearer, more immediate, more shared. This closeness gave medieval towns their charm and their energy, but it also created quiet vulnerabilities, especially when illness appeared. Because houses were built tightly together, rooms had limited ventilation. Windows were often small. Heating relied on fires that filled the air with smoke, which lingered in rafters and crept into clothing. Animals often shared space with humans. Goats, chickens, sometimes even pigs or horses depending on the region and the family's line of work. These animals were essential for livelihood, but they added their own smells, noises, and presence to the already close quarters. Narrow streets, bustling markets, and shared wells meant that people encountered one another constantly. News traveled quickly, so quickly that a rumor whispered in one corner of town might be known at the opposite end by sunset. Goods moved from hand to hand, baskets passed between neighbors, bread sold warm from the oven, water drawn from the same rope and bucket. All these shared spaces created strong social bonds, but they also created opportunities for illness to spread quietly. Still, medieval people adapted to their environment gracefully. They understood their towns intimately. They knew which streets stayed dry after rain, which alleys collected puddles, which market stalls offered the freshest produce, and which areas of town felt healthiest in different seasons. They navigated their world with subtle awareness, guided by memory rather than maps. One of the most important features of a medieval town was the marketplace. By late morning, the square filled with people buying, selling, bargaining, or simply gathering to talk. Cloth merchants laid out rolls of wool and linen. Fishmongers sold their catch of the morning. Farmers brought eggs, cheese, herbs, and vegetables. Artisans offered crafted goods, wooden utensils, shoes, candles, pottery. The air carried the mixed scents of bread, hay, tanned leather, and warm food simmering in pots. Someone played a lute in a corner. Chickens pecked among stray grains. Dogs curled up in shady spots near their owners. Market days were especially important. People from nearby villages walked into town to sell goods, catch up on news, and participate in community life. This mingling of townsfolk and villagers created lively, vibrant scenes. It also meant that illnesses, when they appeared, could travel gently and unnoticed along the same paths that carried goods and stories. In colder months, life moved indoors. Homes were heated by hearth fires, whose embers glowed even into the night. People gathered close, sharing warmth. They patched clothing, repaired tools, told stories, prayed together, and waited for winter to pass. During these long stretches of indoor life, coughs or fevers could drift from one bed to another without anyone fully understanding how or why. Yet medieval families met these moments with patience. They believed rest, warmth, broths, and gentle care would help restore balance to the body. In addition to healers, towns were home to apothecaries. Early pharmacists who sold herbs, ointments, powders, and ingredients imported from distant regions. Apothecary shops smelled of spices, dried flowers, oils, and sometimes exotic substances whose origins were unknown to most customers. These small shops offered both comfort and curiosity. People entered not only seeking remedies but also drawn by the scent of lavender or the sight of glass jars filled with rich colors. Towns also held bathhouses, particularly in regions influenced by Roman culture. Bathing was not universal, but where it existed, bathhouses served as places not only for washing but for conversation and relaxation. Warm water soothed aches. Steam eased tense muscles. Soft cloths, oils, and herbal scents turned these spaces into modest sanctuaries. Over time, as disease outbreaks became more common, some towns grew wary of public bathhouses. But in their earlier centuries, these spaces were cherished. Monasteries within or near towns remained centers of healing. Their infirmaries were quieter than the bustling streets, and they offered structured care rooted in routine and prayer. Travelers who fell ill on the road often sought shelter in these monastic infirmaries, where monks provided warm meals, herbal remedies, and attentive listening. Many monasteries kept small libraries of medical texts, making them some of the most knowledgeable institutions of their time. Yet even with these resources, medieval towns understood that illness could appear unexpectedly. Sometimes a fever passed quickly. Sometimes a lingering cough lasted through the winter. People accepted such moments with a mixture of resignation and hope. They had lived through illness before, and they expected to live through it again. Communities came together when needed, bringing food to neighbors, sitting with the sick, offering prayers and candles at the church. The church, always present at the center of town life, shaped the emotional landscape of illness. Rituals offered comfort, blessings, masses, and the steady rhythm of prayer. Bells rang not only for celebrations but also for moments of mourning. Medieval people understood death as part of life's cycle, not separate from it. This acceptance softened fear, even in times of uncertainty. At night, medieval towns grew quiet again. Fires dimmed. Streets emptied. The same lanes that had bustled hours earlier lay still under the moonlight. The distant sound of a dog barking, the faint call of an owl, or the gentle murmur of a river might be the only reminders that life continued in the darkness. Within homes, families huddled beneath wool blankets, hoping for warmth, rest, and a peaceful night. As you picture this world, its closeness, its rhythms, its vulnerabilities, let your mind drift gently into the awareness that medieval life was tender, connected, and deeply human. Illness was a visitor, sometimes gentle and sometimes uninvited, but always faced with community, ritual, and the quiet determination to endure. In the next chapter, we'll explore the deep and comforting role the church played in offering spiritual and emotional healing during times of sickness. Part 5. The role of the church, prayer, pilgrimage, and spiritual healing. As you breathe softly and let your mind settle into the quiet of the night, imagine the gentle glow of candlelight flickering across the walls of a medieval church. For the people of Europe in the Middle Ages, the church was not simply a building or an institution. It was the center of emotional comfort, spiritual meaning, and communal healing. Whether life was peaceful or uncertain, whether illness touched a single household or an entire village, the church stood as a constant presence, its bells marking time, its rituals soothing hearts, and its teachings helping people make sense of suffering. To understand how medieval people lived through disease, one must step into this world of ritual and reflection. Illness was not viewed as a purely physical phenomenon. It was intertwined with the soul, with the seasons, with the will of God, and with the rhythms of the cosmos. This worldview was not harsh or condemning. It was quiet, gentle, and deeply rooted in the belief that human life carried spiritual weight and divine attention. Picture a small village church of the 12th or 13th century. Its stone walls are cool and thick, built to last through winter storms. A wooden door creaks open as a villager steps inside, seeking comfort for a sick family member. The interior is dim, warmed by candles burning near small carved statues of saints. The air smells faintly of beeswax and incense. A painted crucifix hangs above the simple altar, reminding visitors that suffering and redemption were closely tied in medieval thought. A priest, dressed in a woolen robe, moves quietly through the nave. His role in the community is vast: teacher, counselor, spiritual healer, mediator, and witness to the cycles of life. He baptizes newborns, blesses marriages, prays over the sick, and comforts the dying. When illness enters the town, he is often among the first to be called, not as a doctor, but as a steady source of reassurance and meaning. The medieval church offered an entire structure for interpreting illness. Many believed that disease could be a test of faith, a reminder of human fragility, or even a call to prayer and reflection. These ideas did not diminish suffering, but they provided a framework that made it easier to bear emotional and spiritual strain. In an era without scientific explanations, such meaning was itself a form of healing. One of the most comforting rituals offered by the Church was the anointing of the sick. A priest would bring a small flask of holy oil to the bedside of an ill person. With gentle hands, he would bless their forehead, speak softly, and offer prayers for strength, peace, and, when possible, recovery. This ritual was not meant to signal impending death. Instead, it was an act of spiritual strengthening, a way of inviting calm into moments of fear or weakness. Families found deep reassurance in these rituals. Even when illness lingered, the presence of prayer made the burden feel lighter. Medieval people understood that the body might weaken, but the soul was always held in divine care. In times of widespread sickness, when fevers spread through towns, or when unexplained illnesses touched many homes, public rituals became especially important. Villagers might gather for a special mass, asking for healing or protection. The priest might lead a procession through the streets, carrying a cross or relic while chanting prayers. These processions were not displays of panic but expressions of solidarity. People walked slowly, candles in hand, singing hymns that echoed softly against stone walls. The sound of these hymns drifting through the night offered comfort to those listening from their beds. Relics played a significant role in medieval healing. These were objects believed to hold spiritual power, bones of saints, fragments of holy cloth, or items associated with sacred events. While modern ears may find this unfamiliar, medieval Christians found profound solace in the idea that the holiness of saints could linger in the physical world. Villagers might touch a relic gently or kneel before it in silent prayer, hoping for comfort or strength. The power lay not in the object itself but in the faith it inspired. Pilgrimage was another deeply rooted tradition. For medieval people, a pilgrimage was not simply a journey, it was an act of devotion, healing, and renewal. When illness persisted or when someone sought divine guidance, they might vow to walk to a holy site, perhaps a local shrine dedicated to a healing saint, or a distant cathedral known for miracles. Imagine a group of pilgrims leaving a small town at dawn. They walk slowly along a dirt road, their footsteps soft against the morning earth. Some carry walking sticks, others bags with bread and dried fruit. They are not rushing. Pilgrimage in medieval life was done at a contemplative pace. Fields stretch before them, birdsong accompanies them, and at night they rest under the stars or in hospices along the road. The journey itself was believed to cleanse the soul, to offer clarity, and to deepen one's relationship with God. Many people returned from pilgrimage not miraculously cured, but spiritually steadied, having found peace through the act of walking, praying, and reflecting. The Church also emphasized the power of community prayer. Medieval people rarely faced illness alone. When someone grew seriously ill, neighbors visited, bringing small meals or simply sitting at the bedside. Families gathered to pray the rosary or speak soft words of scripture. These moments of collective attention strengthened the emotional resilience of the sick. In their worldview, spiritual presence mattered as much as physical remedies. Monastic communities added another layer of spiritual healing. Monks and nuns lived lives structured by silence, prayer, and gentle routine. Their days were marked by the ringing of bells, matins before dawn, lauds at sunrise, prime in the morning, vespers in the evening. These rituals created a sense of calm continuity. Many monasteries accepted the sick, travelers, villagers, or even nobles who sought peace that ordinary households could not provide. Inside the infirmary, monks cared for the ill with warm blankets, soothing broths, and herbs from the monastery garden. They read psalms aloud, believing that the rhythm of scripture could calm the mind and ease fear. For medieval people, monasteries were not only centers of medicine, they were centers of tranquility. Even those who never visited one knew that monasteries prayed daily for the well-being of the world. This knowledge gave comfort, like knowing a lighthouse still shines even when hidden by fog. Another aspect of the Church's role involved shaping attitudes toward death. Medieval Christians did not view death as an end but as a passage. Funerals, church burials, and prayers for the departed helped families grieve gently. In times of sickness, this worldview reduced fear. People believed that God received the soul with compassion, and that the community would remember and pray for them long after they were gone. For many, the Church framed illness not as chaos but as part of the human story, one held within divine care. Even the architectural design of churches reflected this message. High vaulted ceilings drew the eye upward, reminding worshippers of heaven. Stained glass windows cast soft-colored light across stone floors, creating a serene atmosphere. Chanting echoed gently, its steady tones designed to calm the mind and lift the heart. As you sink deeper into rest, imagine sitting in a medieval church during the quiet hours of evening. Candles flicker, illuminating stone arches. The scent of incense drifts slowly through the air. A priest's voice chants a gentle prayer, each phrase rising and falling like waves. Outside, the world may feel uncertain, but inside this sacred space, there is peace. For medieval people, this peace was one of the most powerful forms of healing they knew. In the next part of our journey, we will step into the monastic infirmary itself, exploring the rhythms, routines, and gentle care offered by monks who dedicated their lives to tending the sick. Part 6. Monasteries as centers of care, infirmaries, routine, and the gentle work of healing. As you settle a little deeper into rest and allow your breath to move slowly and evenly, imagine yourself stepping through the thick, wooden doors of a medieval monastery. The air inside is cool and still, touched by the faint scent of beeswax from candles that have been burning since dawn. The stone walls are old and quiet, their surfaces softened by centuries of prayer. The soft echo of distant chanting drifts through the halls like a warm breeze. This is the world of the monastic infirmary, one of the gentlest and most reliable centers of care in medieval Europe. For many centuries, monasteries served as places where the sick could find rest, nourishment, and calm. While villages offered herbal wisdom and community support, monasteries offered something slightly different: structure, routine, and a sense of spiritual continuity that filled even the simplest actions with meaning. A monk's life was shaped by order, humility, and attention to the small things. These values translated naturally into the work of caring for the sick. Picture the monastery as a peaceful compound surrounded by low stone walls. Beyond the main gate lies a courtyard lined with herb gardens, where plants grow in quiet symmetry under the watchful eye of the gardening brothers. To the left stands the cloister, with its covered walkway and square of grass at the center. To the right, a long building with narrow windows houses the infirmary. Its layout is simple, purposeful, and designed to provide the essential ingredients of medieval healing: warmth, rest, nourishment, and prayer. Step inside the infirmary. The room is long and gently lit by morning light filtering through small, arched windows high on the wall. Rows of wooden beds sit against each side, each bed covered with woolen blankets and straw-stuffed mattresses. Small tables hold clay cups, linen cloths, and bundles of herbs tied with string. The floor is swept clean, the air freshened by herbs hung from rafters to dry. Everything feels quiet, orderly, and serene. A monk moves slowly between the beds. He is dressed in a robe of dark wool, simple and worn from years of service. His steps are soft, making little sound on the stone floor. He carries a bowl of broth, warm, fragrant, and comforting, and a small cloth. The sick person he visits might be a fellow monk, a traveler who fell ill on the road, or a local villager who came seeking care. The infirmary doors are open to many. Monastic hospitality was considered a sacred duty. Monks who served in infirmaries were often chosen for their patience, gentleness, and steadiness. They did not rush. They did not scold. They approached the sick with quiet compassion, believing that healing required not only remedies but also presence. Their work blended physical care with spiritual attention, acknowledging that body and soul were deeply intertwined. In this room, healing unfolds through routine. A bell rings at dawn, calling monks to prayer. After prayer, the infirmarian, usually a monk trained in herbal knowledge, begins his rounds. He checks on each patient, noting changes in temperature, signs of pain, or improvements in appetite. He speaks softly, asking about dreams, discomforts, or anxieties. He might place a hand on a patient's forehead to feel for fever or lift a blanket to adjust it more comfortably. There is no hurry. He has all the time in the world, and his patient feels that. After rounds, the infirmarian prepares remedies in a small stone-walled room adjacent to the main infirmary. Shelves line the walls, holding jars of dried herbs, small vials of infused oils, bowls of beeswax, and bundles of roots. This room serves as the monastery's apothecary, where the knowledge of healing plants is kept alive. Monks learned their herbal knowledge from Latin texts, practical experience, and teachings passed down from earlier generations. Books such as the writings of Dioscorides or Hildegard of Bingen helped guide their practice. They knew which herbs could reduce fever, which could soothe digestion, which herbs encouraged rest, and which eased pain. Chamomile grown in the monastery garden might be steeped into a tea to calm the nerves. Lavender might be tied in a small bundle and placed near a pillow to help sleep. Feverfew could be chopped and mixed with warm broth to relieve headaches. Mint might be used to calm nausea. These remedies were simple, gentle, and deeply connected to the rhythm of monastic life. Much of healing in the monastery centered on nourishment. The infirmary provided meals that were more generous and carefully prepared than the monks typically ate. Warm, thick soups made from root vegetables, barley, and herbs were common. Bread baked fresh each morning was served with honey to strengthen the weak. Water infused with herbs replaced plain water, and occasionally, a patient received a cup of warmed wine mixed with spices to bring comfort and warmth. Food was medicine, and the infirmarian treated it with respect. The quiet structure of monastic life itself supported healing. In the wider world, life was unpredictable, harvests failed, storms disrupted travel, political conflicts created anxiety. But in the monastery, each day moved like clockwork. The hours of the day were marked by the ringing of bells calling monks to prayer. Matins before dawn, lauds at sunrise, prime in the morning, and so on through the day until compline in the evening. Patients resting in the infirmary heard these bells too. The regular rhythm brought comfort, reminding them that they were part of something stable and enduring. During prayers, monks often included the sick in their petitions. This meant that healing was not only the responsibility of the infirmarian but of the entire monastic community. Prayers were lifted for travelers recovering from fever, for elderly monks experiencing weakness, for children brought into the monastery infirmary by desperate parents. These prayers were spoken with sincerity, offered in candlelit chapels where the scent of incense mingled with the sound of chanting. One of the most soothing sights in the monastery was the herb garden itself. This garden, usually enclosed by stone walls, held carefully arranged beds filled with medicinal plants. Monks tended the garden with meticulous care, pruning, watering, and harvesting according to the seasons. Walking through the garden was a meditative experience. Bees buzzed softly among the blossoms. Leaves rustled in gentle breezes. Sunlight warmed the earth, and the varied scents of plants, mint, sage, rosemary, thyme, angelica, blended into an aroma that felt both peaceful and invigorating. Patients able to walk might be brought to the herb garden for fresh air. Sitting there, listening to birdsong, breathing the fragrance of healing plants, and watching monks working quietly nearby provided comfort that no medicine could replicate. Medieval people understood that nature itself held an important key to recovery. The spiritual aspect of monastic healing extended beyond prayer. Monks often read to the sick from scripture or from devotional texts. These readings were meant to calm the mind, provide hope, and help the patient feel spiritually connected even in moments of weakness. The sound of a monk's voice reading softly, the cadence slow and steady, could lull a patient into rest. For many, this spiritual comfort was as valuable as herbal remedies. Despite the limited medical knowledge of the time, monastic infirmaries were more effective than one might expect. The combination of warmth, regular meals, clean bedding, gentle routines, and emotional reassurance created an environment conducive to recovery. Many illnesses that would have worsened in stressful or unsanitary environments improved under monastic care. In this peaceful world, healing was not a battle but a journey, one walked with patience, humility, and faith. As you breathe deeply now, imagine lying in one of these infirmary beds. Outside the window, the monastery's bells toll softly. A monk walks past, his robe brushing gently against the floor. The air smells of chamomile and honey. A sense of peace settles over you, the same peace medieval people knew when they were held in the care of a monastic community. In the next chapter, we will explore how medieval people recognized the approach of illness, how they interpreted symptoms, and the quiet, thoughtful ways they first responded when sickness entered their homes. Part 7. The arrival of illness, how medieval people first recognized and responded to sickness. As you let your breath soften and drift peacefully, imagine the slow unfolding of a medieval day, the sun rising over a village roofline, the smell of hearth smoke drifting lazily through the morning air, and people beginning their work with a sense of routine and familiarity. In a world shaped by simple rhythms and communal life, the arrival of illness was rarely sudden or dramatic. Instead, it crept quietly into homes and towns, whispered first in small changes, subtle signs, and gentle shifts in the health of individuals. Medieval people, without modern diagnostics or scientific vocabulary, relied on observation, intuition, and inherited wisdom to understand when sickness had begun to take hold. Imagine a family waking at dawn. A mother prepares bread, a father tends to livestock, and children gather water from the village well. Everything seems ordinary. Yet perhaps the father moves a little more slowly today. His steps feel heavier. He pauses often, pressing a hand to his forehead for just a moment longer than usual. No one comments yet, because in medieval life, tiredness was common and aches normal. But as the morning continues, the signs grow more noticeable. His appetite fades. His face feels warm. His voice is quieter. Medieval families were attuned to such changes. Because they lived so closely, sharing a single room, often a single bed, They observed the smallest shifts in each other's behavior. Illness did not need a dramatic announcement, it revealed itself through posture, expression, breath, and energy. A child growing unusually quiet, a grandmother sleeping later than normal, a merchant avoiding the marketplace due to discomfort, these small signs spoke loudly to people accustomed to reading the body instead of instruments. The first response, more often than not, was rest. Medieval people understood that fatigue was a sign that balance in the body had tipped. If someone complained of weakness or dizziness, the family would encourage them to lie near the fire, wrapped in a wool blanket. The first line of care was warmth, the most universal of medieval remedies. Illness, in humoral thought, was often associated with coldness or dampness in the body, so warmth, both physical and emotional, was seen as essential to restoring balance. Herbal tea might be prepared early on, chamomile for rest, mint for discomfort, elderflower for feverish warmth, or thyme to ease breath. These remedies were not reserved for severe illness. They were woven into everyday life as preventative and supportive measures. A family member might set a kettle near the fire, letting the herbs steep slowly until the scent filled the room. In wealthier homes or in monastic settings, a more formal assessment might occur. The practice of uroscopy, the examination of urine, was one of the most common medieval diagnostic tools. Although it sounds curious to modern ears, medieval physicians believed urine revealed important clues about internal balance. Its color, clarity, warmth, even the way it settled in a glass vessel, all these were thought to speak to the state of the humors. Yet even without a trained physician, medieval people noticed signs long before medicine became involved. A lingering cough heard through the night, a feverish flush on the cheeks, trembling hands, or a sudden lack of strength when lifting baskets or walking uphill, these familiar signals prompted families to take care. They adjusted diets, offered broths, asked neighbors for herbs, or sought the guidance of the village healer. When a healer arrived, she observed with eyes sharpened by years of practice. She did not take notes or measure pulse with specialized tools. Instead, she relied on sensory perception, touching the patient's skin to gauge temperature, listening to breathing patterns, noting complexion, and paying close attention to mood. Medieval healers understood that illness affected not only the body but the spirit. A person struggling with fear, sorrow, or restlessness was believed to be more vulnerable. Care, therefore, addressed both physical symptoms and emotional well-being. The healer might ask simple questions about sleep, appetite, recent worries, or changes in the weather. Weather was considered a powerful force in medieval health. A sudden cold snap, damp fog, or prolonged rain was often blamed for shifting the body's humors. The healer's questions were not diagnostic in the modern sense, but they reflected the worldview of a society intimately connected to nature's rhythms. In towns, illness was recognized through the flow of daily commerce. Market sellers might notice that a regular customer had not visited in several days, prompting inquiries. Neighbors observed which chimneys no longer released morning smoke, an early sign that a household was struggling. Gossip, often carrying hints of concern rather than judgment, traveled quickly. "The cooper is unwell," someone might say. "He stayed in his bed today." Such comments were not intrusive. They formed part of the social network that ensured people did not suffer alone. Spiritual awareness was also intertwined with the recognition of illness. If someone felt persistently unwell, they might ask a priest for blessings or seek confession, believing that clearing the conscience provided strength to the body. Prayer was not viewed as separate from physical healing, it was part of a holistic response to sickness. Medieval Christians believed the soul influenced the body's resilience. A peaceful heart was thought to steady the humors. A troubled spirit could weaken them. In some cases, families sought pilgrimage early in an illness. This might sound surprising, but for many medieval people, walking to a shrine or holy site was believed to provide spiritual and emotional healing that could influence physical recovery. Pilgrimages were often short, perhaps to a local church dedicated to a healing saint. A simple vow, a lit candle, and time spent in contemplation at a shrine brought comfort and hope. When illness showed signs of worsening, if a fever persisted, or if breathing grew labored, families took further steps. Warm compresses might be applied. Herbal poultices were placed against the chest. The healer's remedies became stronger, drawing on plants known to open airways, reduce heat, or ease pain. Monks in nearby monasteries might be called upon, their access to written texts lending an air of authority. They might bring infusions of sage, feverfew, or valerian. What medieval people lacked in scientific precision, they compensated for with attentiveness, patience, and community involvement. Few illnesses were suffered in isolation. Even during fearful times, such as harsh winters or crowded town outbreaks, people did their best to support one another. A neighbor might bring warm bread or broth. A child might sit by the sick person to offer company. The presence of others was itself a remedy, grounding the ill in reassurance. Medieval people had a unique sensitivity to the early signs of illness because they experienced them frequently. Fevers were common. Coughs came with every winter. Digestive troubles followed festivals or spoiled food. Instead of rushing to label symptoms, they allowed illness to speak slowly. They trusted rest, observation, and care before taking drastic action. To them, the arrival of illness was not an abrupt threat but a familiar visitor. A sign that life's balance had tilted and needed gentle correction. As you breathe softly now, imagine the quiet of a medieval home at night when someone has fallen ill. A single candle flickers, shadows dance softly on the wall. The sick person lies wrapped in warm blankets. A family member sits nearby, dozing lightly, ready to offer water or adjust the covers. Outside, the night is calm, the stars steady in the sky. Even in moments of uncertainty, there is a sense of closeness, presence, and care. In the next chapter, we will explore how medieval communities, families, neighbors, townsfolk came together to support the sick, weaving illness into the fabric of shared humanity rather than facing it alone. Part 8. Community bonds, how medieval families and villages supported the ill. As you let your breath fall into a slow, steady rhythm, imagine yourself drifting into the heart of a medieval village at twilight. The day is ending. Warm golden light slips through the cracks of timbered houses. The distant clatter of tools quiets. Sheep bleat softly in their pens. A gentle wind carries the smell of wood smoke and fresh bread. And beneath this serene evening atmosphere lies one of the most comforting truths of medieval life, that illness, when it came, was never faced alone. Community stood at the center of everything. Family, neighbors, and friends formed a woven fabric of support so closely knit that even in times of deep uncertainty, no one was entirely without care. Illness touched one person physically, but emotionally, it touched an entire household, sometimes an entire village. This shared experience shaped how medieval Europeans responded to sickness, infusing even the most frightening moments with tenderness, familiarity, and a sense of belonging. Imagine a small cottage on the village outskirts. Inside, a family realizes that one of their own is unwell. The signs are subtle at first, a slight shiver, a slower step, a tired gaze, but the family notices immediately. They draw the ill person closer to the hearth, adjust their blankets, and prepare warm broth. The eldest child might offer a wool shawl, while the youngest fetches water without needing to be asked. Everything they do is instinctive, shaped by a lifetime of watching their parents care for others. Word spreads quietly through the village, not through alarm but through gentle, passing observations. A neighbor fetching water notices that the cottage door has remained closed longer than usual. Another sees that the family's firewood remains uncollected. A third hears that someone stayed home from the market. These small details matter in medieval life, where the rhythms of each household are known to all. There is no intrusion in these observations, only concern. By late afternoon, a neighbor arrives with a loaf of bread, wrapped still warm from the oven. Another brings herbs gathered earlier in the season, dried lavender, thyme, comfrey. Someone else carries a jug of ale or warm milk. People do not wait for a formal request, they simply come. It is understood that sickness weakens a household's ability to maintain daily tasks, and so others step quietly into the gaps. This support extends beyond food and herbs. A neighbor might take over the household's turn at the communal oven or volunteer to tend the family's sheep for a day or two. Another might offer to sit with the sick person while the rest of the family tends to chores. Evening gatherings are postponed out of respect, and the village's children are instructed to play quietly nearby. Without being asked, the community adjusts its rhythm. Inside the home, care becomes an intimate, shared act. Medieval people did not separate medical care from domestic life. The sick person was surrounded not by strangers, but by familiar faces, people who knew their habits, their favorite foods, the stories that soothed them, and the prayers that brought them comfort. A mother humming softly while ladling broth into a cup carried more healing power than any formal treatment. A father adjusting the fire or placing a warm cloth on a fevered forehead offered reassurance words could not express. At night, someone often stayed awake. Watches were taken voluntarily, not assigned. The eldest daughter might sit quietly beside her sibling, dozing lightly but waking at the sound of a cough. A grandmother, accustomed to long nights by the hearth, might keep the fire alive so the house remained warm. Illness shifted family routines gently but completely. Everyone moved around the needs of the sick, the same way they moved around changes in weather or the harvest. When illness grew more serious, the circle of care widened. The village healer might arrive, her steps slow but sure as she carries a basket of remedies. She speaks with the family in hushed tones, listens to their concerns, and offers what comfort she can. She does not rush. She never appears panicked. Her presence alone brings a sense of calm, as though illness is something she has walked alongside many times before. If the healer believes the illness might worsen, she shares this information quietly. Not to frighten the family, but to help them prepare emotionally and spiritually. She might recommend speaking with the priest, who soon arrives to offer blessings, prayers, and gentle reassurance. Medieval spirituality centered strongly on community, and the priest's presence strengthens that bond. He kneels by the sick person, holding their hand, whispering soft prayers shaped by centuries of tradition. But spiritual support extends far beyond the priest. Families often form small circles around the sickbed, praying together in low voices. Children recite familiar phrases taught to them since infancy. Adults speak blessings their parents and grandparents once spoke. These rituals, quiet and steady, cradle the sick person in a web of soothing sound. When the illness is long-lasting, the community adjusts again. Villagers help with seasonal tasks, harvesting, collecting firewood, repairing roofs, or tending animals. This shared labor ensures that no household falls behind due to illness. Children bring messages from one house to another. Women visit each morning to check on the sick or give the family time to take a short walk outdoors. The village moves as one. This communal approach is not rooted in obligation. It arises from cultural understanding, a recognition that survival depends on unity. Medieval life is vulnerable to the elements, storms, poor harvests, early frosts, or droughts. People cannot thrive without each other. They understand deeply that illness is not an individual misfortune but a shared challenge, and recovery a shared victory. In towns, this sense of community takes different but equally meaningful forms. Neighbors living in close quarters exchange supplies over fences or share information through open windows. Merchants leave extra bread on a family's doorstep. Midwives, accustomed to tending all kinds of conditions, visit houses with gentle familiarity. Children run errands to apothecaries. Women exchange remedies across balconies or speak to each other through courtyard wells. If illness spreads through the town more broadly, community rituals become vital. People gather for special masses, lighting candles for the sick. Processions are organized, not as desperate acts, but as expressions of solidarity. Songs rise through the streets, echoing between stone walls and wooden beams. Prayer serves as a kind of emotional medicine, grounding, communal, quietly powerful. One of the strongest elements of medieval community support is the way emotional comfort is treated with the same seriousness as physical care. Families sit together, telling stories to the sick person, recounting harvest seasons, celebrations, and familiar memories. Even laughter, soft and shared, is part of the healing process. Pain feels lighter when borne together. In the countryside, nature itself becomes part of the communal care system. Neighbors gather medicinal plants from the fields. Elderberry, nettle, yarrow, wild mint, and share them freely. The healer knows where each herb grows best and often guides others to help replenish supplies. Children are sent along forest paths to gather bundles of soothing plants. These tasks give young ones a sense of purpose and calm. When the illness finally breaks, when the fever lifts, when strength returns, there is a quiet celebration. Neighbors bring small gifts, like fresh eggs or honey cakes. Children place flowers outside the door. The priest offers prayers of thanksgiving. The recovered person steps outside into the sunlight again, greeted with warm smiles. In this moment, the entire community feels restored. And if recovery does not come, if the illness grows too strong, then the community shifts once more, wrapping the grieving family in shared mourning. But even then, no one walks alone. As you breathe slowly now, imagine the warmth of being held in such a community. Surrounded by familiar faces, supported through every stage of illness, and comforted not only by remedies but by the deep, enduring presence of others. In the next chapter, we will explore how illness moved between regions, carried by travelers, merchants, and seasonal migrations, and how medieval Europe understood the quiet spread of disease. Part 9. Pathways of illness, how disease quietly traveled across medieval Europe. As you settle deeper into rest, imagine the vastness of medieval Europe not as a map of borders and kingdoms, but as a gentle, breathing landscape. Mountains rise like sleeping giants. Rivers flow in long silver coils. Forests stretch endlessly, their canopies whispering in the wind. And woven throughout this great expanse are the roads. Narrow dirt paths, merchant routes, pilgrim trails, river crossings, and winding mountain passes. These pathways, lived in and well used, carried more than goods and stories. They carried illness, drifting quietly from village to village, sometimes unnoticed until the first cough or fever appeared. Understanding how disease traveled in medieval Europe means imagining movement itself. People did not roam constantly, yet travel was far from rare. Traders journeyed between towns. Pilgrims walked to holy shrines. Shepherds guided their herds between summer and winter pastures. And even within small regions, families visited relatives, attended markets, or moved with the changing seasons. Every footstep, every wagon wheel, every boat gliding along a river created a link between communities. These links, gentle though they seemed, formed the invisible threads along which sickness traveled. Picture a medieval market day, early in the morning. The sun rises slowly, brushing the rooftops with pale gold. Merchants from nearby villages arrive first, pushing carts filled with vegetables, wool, pottery, or dried herbs. Then come travelers from farther away, their cloaks dusty from the road. Some bring spices from distant regions. Others carry wooden tools or crafted goods. A few lead animals, sheep, goats, chickens, whose presence brings noise and warmth to the bustling square. In this gathering, dozens of hands exchange goods. People touch the same coins, smell the same produce, lean close to speak over the noise. It is a peaceful scene, full of life and connection. But if one merchant carries the beginnings of an illness, perhaps only a sore throat or a slight fever, it quietly spreads through these small interactions. No one notices. No one suspects. And so the illness begins its slow journey outward, carried by those returning home, woven into the everyday rhythms of exchange. Traveling merchants played a particularly significant role. Unlike villagers who stayed mostly within a fixed region, merchants moved frequently and far. They journeyed along rivers, through forests, across mountain passes, and into crowded towns. They stopped at inns, where food, stories, and sleeping quarters were shared communally. A single inn might host dozens of travelers each week, all resting under the same roof. The close quarters, warm, smoky, and filled with conversation, created the perfect environment for illness to shift quietly from one person to the next. Pilgrims, too, carried disease unknowingly. Medieval Europe was dotted with sacred destinations, from giant cathedrals to small wayside shrines. People from all walks of life walked together, bound by shared faith. A pilgrim path often resembled a flowing stream of humanity, with new faces joining at each village. When someone became ill along the journey, companions tended to them with kindness, unaware that their own close contact would soon spread the sickness further. The inns along these pilgrimage routes became gentle but powerful hubs of transmission, their warm hospitality masking invisible risks. River travel added another layer. Boats carrying grain, wine, livestock, or textiles glided along slow-moving waters. River ports were lively gathering points where people loaded and unloaded goods, exchanged news, and rested briefly before continuing. Illness could spread easily here, not through dramatic outbreaks but through small, quiet interactions. A boatman sharing a cup with a dock worker. A child playing near the water's edge. A merchant coughing softly while negotiating a price. These tiny moments formed the hidden pathways along which disease traveled downstream or upriver, carried long distances with surprising speed. Even more subtle was the movement of seasonal workers. In many regions, people shifted between fields, forests, and pastures depending on the time of year. Shepherds traveled with their flocks. Woodcutters moved deep into the forests. Fishermen journeyed to riverbanks for seasonal catches. These workers returned home bearing stories of nature's rhythms. And occasionally, the earliest signs of a cold, fever, or infection picked up from fellow laborers. Their travel was modest, local, almost invisible on a map, yet it knitted together dozens of small settlements in a web of shared vulnerability. Sometimes disease traveled not through people directly, but through the objects they carried. Textiles, sacks of grain, or bundles of herbs could harbor fleas or bacteria. Wooden crates, woolen cloaks, and straw bedding absorbed moisture and smells. And sometimes, pathogens. No one understood this at the time. These items were simply cargo, valued goods, or everyday necessities. But in being passed from one household to another, they extended illnesses reach far beyond the sickbed. Animals played their own part as well. In medieval life, humans and animals lived closely together. Dogs slept by the hearth. Cats wandered freely through barns and kitchens. Chickens clucked under raised wooden floors. Livestock moved between pastures and villages. Though medieval people did not understand zoonotic disease, they observed that animal sickness often preceded human illness. A shepherd might note that a few sheep grew ill in spring, only for members of his family to fall sick weeks later. A farmer might notice that fever spread among animals before anyone in the household became unwell. These patterns puzzled medieval healers, but in hindsight they reveal one more path along which disease traveled, quietly, naturally, woven into the living ecosystem. Another subtle and significant pathway was warfare. Medieval armies were not large by modern standards, but they consisted of hundreds or thousands of men traveling together. They marched through villages, camped near rivers, and interacted with local populations. Their movements left traces. Spent fires, trampled grass, shared wells, borrowed food, and often, they left illness behind as well. Soldiers brought diseases with them and carried new ones back to their home regions after campaigns ended. A war might last a single season, but the illnesses it carried could ripple through communities for years. Even in times of peace, royal courts created their own chains of transmission. Nobles and their attendants traveled frequently between estates, castles, and cities. Large households meant large gatherings, feasts, and celebrations. A single banquet held in midwinter, where dozens of people shared a hall, could spark a wave of illness that spread quietly afterward. Servants, messengers, and musicians moved between residences, carrying news, and sometimes sickness, with them. Yet despite all these pathways, medieval people rarely linked illness to travel. To them, sickness was tied to the body's balance, the will of God, or the influence of unseen forces. They observed patterns, illness appearing suddenly after market days, pilgrimages, or military campaigns, but they did not understand the underlying mechanisms. The idea of invisible contagion existed only vaguely. What they did understand, deeply and intuitively, was the presence of risk. They sensed that illness drifted mysteriously, sometimes following strange paths. This uncertainty gave disease an almost ethereal quality. It was not feared constantly, nor was it ignored. Rather, it was accepted as a part of life's rhythm, unpredictable, wandering, and sometimes inevitable. Medieval communities could not control its movement, but they could respond with care, prayer, and cooperation. And through it all, people continued to move. Because movement meant survival. Trade brought food and essential goods. Pilgrimages brought spiritual hope. Seasonal labor brought harvests. Life would not stop for fear of illness. Instead, it flowed onward, shaped by the same patterns that had guided generations. As you drift deeper into rest, imagine those medieval roads stretching softly across the continent, quiet, moonlit, and still. Along them traveled artisans, shepherds, pilgrims, and traders, carrying stories, songs, and sometimes, unknowingly, the touch of illness. Disease traveled not with malice, but simply by following the paths people created. In the next chapter, we will explore how medieval households attempted to prevent illness through charms, rituals, prayers, and simple forms of hygiene, small efforts meant to bring protection in a world where disease moved like a quiet shadow. Part 10. Everyday defenses, charms, rituals, and hygiene in a world without germs. As you settle into a deeper breath, let yourself imagine the soft interior of a medieval home. Warm firelight flickering against wooden beams, herbs hanging from the rafters, and the faint, comforting scent of wool, earth, and smoke. This was the world in which medieval people attempted to keep illness at bay, using the knowledge they had, the beliefs they trusted, and the rhythms of life that gave them a sense of safety. Their methods may seem simple or symbolic to us now, but to them, these practices were soothing anchors in an unpredictable world. Illness moved mysteriously through medieval Europe, arriving sometimes suddenly, sometimes gently, but always without a clearly understood cause. People observed patterns, the way sickness might follow a cold winter, or appear after a crowded market day, or drift in with the arrival of travelers. But without the concept of germs, they turned instead to a mixture of practical habits, spiritual rituals, protective charms, and folk wisdom passed down through generations. These methods formed a tapestry of everyday defenses, shaped not by science as we know it, but by intuition, tradition, and the deeply human desire to protect one's home. Imagine a mother preparing her household as autumn approaches. The air cools, nights lengthen, and she begins to notice small things, a neighbor coughing, a child returning from the fields with a tired gait, someone at church mentioning a fever spreading in the next village. She does not panic, this is familiar. Instead, she sets to work with quiet determination. Her first tasks are practical. She stokes the hearth more often, ensuring the house stays warm and dry. She shakes out the bedding and hangs woolen blankets in the sun, believing, as many people did, that fresh air and sunlight could chase away bad humors or lingering mists of sickness. She prepares broths rich with onions, herbs, and garlic, foods believed to strengthen the body's natural defenses. She gathers herbs like rosemary, thyme, mint, and sage, hanging them from the rafters to dry. Their fragrant presence fills the home, a sensory reminder of care. Medieval hygiene was far more thoughtful than many stereotypes suggest. True, people did not bathe daily, and baths themselves were occasional luxuries. But they washed their hands and faces regularly, especially before eating. They aired out their homes, swept floors, and scrubbed wooden surfaces with sand or ash. They washed linens in cold rivers, letting the flow carry dirt away. These actions were grounded in practical experience. Clean spaces simply felt better, smelled better, and seemed to prevent certain illnesses. One of the most beloved household items was the pomander, a small ball filled with fragrant herbs or resins, carried on a string around the neck or attached to clothing. The scent was comforting, familiar, and believed to purify the air. Even when its protective powers were not real in a scientific sense, its psychological comfort was undeniable. When someone walked through crowded streets, visited a market, or traveled between towns, touching the pomander with their fingertips brought reassurance. In village homes, People often burned herbs as a form of cleansing. The smoke of juniper, bay leaves, rosemary, or pine resin was believed to chase away harmful vapors. Healers sometimes instructed families to burn herbs at dawn or dusk, filling the room briefly with aromatic smoke before opening the door to let it drift out. This created a small daily ritual, a gentle reminder that protection and care were woven into ordinary life. Charms and amulets were another layer of defense, worn by people of all ages and social ranks. A small wooden cross, a piece of carved bone, a string of beads, or a polished stone tucked into clothing carried personal meaning. Some charms held symbols, circles for unity, triangles for protection, knots to tangle illness and keep it from entering the body. These objects were not viewed as childish. They were part of the world's spiritual fabric, connecting the wearer to the divine, the natural world, or the memory of a loved one who gave the charm. Then there were incantations. These were not dramatic spells, but soft, whispered phrases, half prayer, half poetry. Spoken quietly while preparing herbs, stirring broth, or adjusting a blanket. Mothers taught them to daughters, grandmothers murmured them into the ears of infants. Their power came not from magic but from the comfort of familiarity, like a lullaby sung at bedtime. Medieval people also relied heavily on prayer. When illness threatened, families often lit candles at home or visited the local church to ask for protection. They prayed to saints associated with healing. Saint Blaise for throat ailments, Saint Roch for plagues, Saint Sebastian for protection from sudden sickness. Candles flickering in churches represented collective hope, dozens of small flames glowing together, each one a plea for health or recovery. Pilgrimages served a similar purpose. A family might travel to a nearby shrine believed to have healing properties. At such places, people left tokens, pieces of cloth, wooden carvings, or small bundles of herbs, as offerings. They filled jars with water from holy springs or touchstones said to carry spiritual strength. These journeys were physically demanding but emotionally soothing, offering a sense of agency at a time when illness felt beyond human control. Another practice was aligning the household around the humoral theory of health. Medieval medicine held that the body contained four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and that illness resulted when these fell out of balance. Families tried to maintain equilibrium through diet, warmth, rest, and gentle remedies. A household might prepare warming foods in winter, cooling foods in summer, and cleansing broths during times of stress. Even without understanding the biological mechanisms, these habits often supported nutrition and comfort. Communities also practiced what we might now call controlled distance. While medieval people did not isolate in the modern sense, they intuitively avoided large gatherings when illness seemed near. Market days were quieter. Visits were postponed. Families spent more time indoors. This was not fear-driven but simply cautious, shaped by generations of pattern recognition. In wealthier households, rooms known as sick chambers were designated for resting and recovery. These spaces were kept warm, quiet, and dimly lit. Soft fabrics, clean water, and herbal infusions were readily available. Even without advanced medical knowledge, medieval caregivers created environments conducive to healing, spaces where the sick person felt tended to and safe. Healers themselves added another layer of protection. Their arrival brought reassurance. They carried small pouches filled with dried herbs, salves, and tinctures. Each healer had their own methods, shaped by local tradition. Some relied heavily on herbs. Others focused on massage, warm compresses, or whispered rituals. Their presence created a sense of continuity, linking the village to generations of healing knowledge. And through all of this, spiritual explanations coexisted with practical ones. Illness was seen not only as a physical ailment but also as part of a cosmic balance. People believed that maintaining harmony with oneself, with the community, with the natural world, and with the divine, offered protection. This holistic worldview created a sense of peace even during uncertain times. As you breathe slowly now, imagine standing in that medieval home as evening settles in. The fire crackles softly. Herbs rustle gently overhead. A candle glows on a wooden table. In this place, illness is met not with fear but with a layered, comforting network of protections, herbs, rituals, prayers, charms, and practical habits. Each small act is a gesture of care, shaped by centuries of tradition. In Part 11, we will explore how medieval Europe responded emotionally to illness, the coping mechanisms, the quiet resilience, and the ways people found meaning in hardship. Part 11. Quiet resilience, emotional coping, and inner strength in the face of illness. As you ease deeper into relaxation, imagine yourself walking through a medieval village at dusk. The sky is painted in soft shades of violet and ash gray. A faint trail of wood smoke drifts above the rooftops. The stones beneath your feet feel cool, smoothed by generations of footsteps. Within these homes, simple, warm, filled with familiar sounds. People gathered each night not only to rest, but to steady their spirits. For illness was not simply a physical experience, it touched the heart, the mind, and the soul. To understand how medieval Europeans coped with sickness emotionally, you must imagine a world where uncertainty was woven into daily life. Illness came without warning, medical knowledge was limited, and even mild fevers carried the shadow of danger. Yet despite this, medieval people were far from hopeless. They cultivated inner resilience that grew from community, faith, routine, and the gentle rituals of domestic life. Their coping was neither grand nor dramatic. It was quiet, steady, and deeply human. Picture a small cottage interior, lit only by the warm glow of a single candle. A mother sits beside a sick child, her hand resting lightly on the child's forehead. The father moves quietly around the room, tending the fire. Siblings sit nearby, hushed, sensing the need for calm. In this space, worry hangs in the air but does not overwhelm. It mingles with love, familiarity, and the deep instinct to protect one another. One of the primary emotional tools medieval people relied on was acceptance. Not resignation, but a calm acknowledgement that illness was part of life's rhythm. Just as storms came and went, so did sickness. This acceptance softened fear. It gave families the emotional space to act with clarity instead of panic. A medieval villager might say, "As the seasons change, so does the health of the body." This phrase, passed down through generations, captured the belief that life was cyclical and ever-shifting. Another source of resilience was faith. In a world shaped by Christian belief, illness was seen not as random misfortune but as a spiritual trial, a chance to draw closer to God. People found solace in prayer, in candlelight flickering against wooden altars, in the familiar rhythm of church bells marking the hours. Prayer was less about curing illness and more about soothing anxiety, creating a peaceful emotional space where fear felt smaller. The act of praying, either alone or surrounded by family, brought structure to moments of uncertainty. Communal prayer offered even deeper emotional comfort. When illness spread through a village, the priest might call for a special service at dusk. Villagers gathered in the church, the air cool and still, the stone walls reflecting candlelight. Soft chanting filled the space, rising and falling like a lullaby. People stood close together, shoulders touching, united by shared concern. In such moments, fear dissolved into collective calm. The presence of community created an emotional anchor. But spiritual coping extended beyond formal prayer. Medieval people also practiced quiet reflection, often in the natural world. A person caring for the sick might pause at the doorway at dawn, watching the sun break over the fields. They believed morning light brought renewal, a reminder that even long nights eventually passed. Others found peace in listening to the wind through the trees, or in the simple act of tending animals, tasks that grounded them in the rhythm of the living world. One of the most heartfelt forms of emotional resilience came through storytelling. When someone was ill, family members gathered to tell tales of past struggles, small victories, and moments of joy. Grandparents recounted stories from their youth, harsh winters survived, lost animals found, journeys made safely, illnesses overcome. These stories served as gentle reminders that hardship was not new, it had been endured before and would be again. Children listened wide-eyed, absorbing the quiet lesson that fear could be eased by understanding. Sometimes storytelling took on a humorous tone. Medieval families believed laughter warmed the spirit and strengthened the body. Even in solemn moments, someone might share a funny memory or imitate the clumsy behavior of a beloved farm animal. These small bursts of humor, though modest, offered powerful emotional relief, lifting the heaviness of worry if only for a moment. Another coping mechanism was ritual. Rituals brought predictability to a world without medical certainty. A family might open windows at dawn to let in fresh morning air. They might prepare a specific broth known for generations to comfort the sick. They might sing a particular hymn before bed, or place a small carved charm beneath a pillow. These gestures provided structure, giving the family a sense that they were actively participating in the healing process. Even the smallest routines carried emotional weight. A mother smoothing the bedsheets. A father whispering a blessing before sleep. A sibling offering water or a warm cloth. These gestures reinforced bonds of love, reminding the sick person that they were not alone. The presence of the village healer provided yet another layer of emotional comfort. Her arrival brought a sense of continuity, as though she carried with her all the knowledge of healers who came before. She might be a familiar face. Someone who helped deliver babies, eased fevers, or mended wounds. Her quiet presence reassured families. She listened carefully, spoke in soft tones, and offered remedies with confidence. Even if her treatments were limited, the emotional comfort she provided was immense. Support extended beyond the immediate household. Neighbors visited with warm bread, dried herbs, or simply words of concern. They stayed with the family, told stories, or offered to help with chores. This sense of shared responsibility strengthened emotional resilience. Knowing others cared lightened the emotional burden of illness. Yet medieval people did experience moments of fear, quiet, internal fear that flickered like the flame of a candle. They worried about their loved ones, about survival, about the unknown. These emotions were natural, but they did not allow fear to consume them. Instead, they surrounded it with faith, ritual, comfort, and community until it softened. When illness lingered or worsened, emotional resilience took on a deeper form in meaning-making. Medieval Europeans interpreted suffering through spiritual and moral lenses. Illness could be a test of patience, a cleansing of the soul, or an opportunity for spiritual reflection. These beliefs helped them manage emotions that otherwise might have overwhelmed them. And when a sick person recovered, when fever broke, when strength returned, relief spread through the household like fresh air. Families thanked God, embraced one another, and offered tokens or prayers of gratitude. Recovery brought emotional renewal, reinforcing the belief that resilience was possible. But even when recovery did not come, when illness led to loss, communities grieved together. They sang soft hymns, walked together to burial grounds, and supported the grieving family through meals, visits, and shared stories. In this shared mourning, resilience continued. It was not loud or heroic. It was quiet, steady, and deeply rooted. As you rest now, imagine yourself in one of these medieval homes. The fire crackles gently. Voices murmur softly. The emotional atmosphere is tender, calm, and supportive. Illness is not faced alone, nor is fear allowed to grow unchecked. It is held in gentle hands, surrounded by resilience built from love, faith, routine, and meaningful connection. In Part 12, we will explore the role of monasteries and religious communities in caregiving. How monks and nuns tended the ill and preserved healing knowledge during an age of uncertainty. Part 12. Sanctuaries of care are monasteries, convents, and the healing work of religious communities. As you breathe slowly and settle deeper into rest, imagine yourself approaching a medieval monastery at dawn. The air is cool and still, carrying the soft scent of dew settling on stone walls and herb gardens. The sun has not yet risen fully, but a faint band of pale gold touches the horizon. From inside the monastery's stone enclosure, you hear a low, steady chant, voices blending into one soft, continuous note, like the hum of distant water. This peaceful world, tucked away from the noise of market squares and the rhythms of village life, was one of medieval Europe's most important centers of care. Monasteries and convents served as sanctuaries of healing, learning, and compassion in a time when illness was both feared and poorly understood. These religious communities were not hospitals in the modern sense, but they offered structure, stability, and quiet care at a time when most people had none. Their approach to healing blended prayer, routine, herbal knowledge, and gentle companionship. For many medieval people, monks and nuns provided the closest thing to organized medical treatment available. Picture a Benedictine monastery rising from the landscape. Thick stone walls, arched windows, a courtyard filled with herbs, and a long cloister walk where footsteps echo softly under vaulted ceilings. The monks who live here have dedicated their lives to prayer, study, and service. They rise before dawn, pray through the morning hours, work in silence, and rest in quiet. Their lives follow a steady rhythm, known as the Rule of Saint Benedict, which emphasizes humility, discipline, and hospitality. In such a setting, caring for the sick becomes an expression of spiritual devotion. The heart of the monastery's healing work is its infirmary, a dedicated space where sick monks, and sometimes villagers, receive care. The infirmary is a long, warm room lined with wooden beds. Soft linen curtains hang between them for privacy. A fire burns constantly at one end, tended by an infirmarian, who is chosen not for knowledge alone but for gentleness and patience. This infirmarian understands herbs, poultices, and the art of observation. He knows which plants soothe fever, which ease stomach pains, and which comfort the restless mind. Herbal knowledge in monasteries was not accidental. Monks cultivated large physic gardens, carefully tended plots filled with medicinal plants, chamomile, mint, lavender, calendula, sage, feverfew, horehound, hyssop, and countless others. Each herb had its place, its season, its specific use. Monks recorded this knowledge in manuscripts, beautifully illuminated texts that preserved healing wisdom for generations. By candlelight, they copied older works, adding notes in the margins based on their own experience. These manuscripts became precious repositories of medieval medical knowledge. In the Physic Garden, the colors are soft and muted, deep green leaves, pale purple blooms, golden chamomile heads nodding gently in the breeze. The monk tending the garden moves quietly, touching each plant with care, whispering prayers or humming gentle melodies. He believes that tending plants is a form of spiritual labor, an act of nurturing life that reflects God's creation. This reverence infuses the entire healing process with calmness and intention. Inside the infirmary, the care itself is simple but tender. A monk might prepare a warm infusion of mint and honey or apply a poultice of crushed herbs wrapped in linen. He might place a cool cloth on a fevered forehead or a worn stone wrapped in wool at someone's feet. He adjusts pillows, replaces blankets, and whispers prayers in a soothing rhythm. The room is kept quiet, the air gently perfumed by herbs drying overhead. Even when treatments were limited, the environment itself brought comfort. Prayer and healing were intertwined deeply. Monks believed the soul and body were connected, and that spiritual peace helped guide the body toward recovery. Each day, the infirmarian prayed over the sick, asking for strength, patience, and healing. Sometimes monks brought relics, small, sacred items believed to carry holy power, to the bedside. The candles burning beside the sick glowed with soft light, creating an atmosphere that soothed anxiety and invited rest. Monasteries also extended their healing work beyond their own walls. Travelers in need, pilgrims completing long and exhausting journeys, and villagers who had no family nearby could seek help at monastic gates. Hospitality was a sacred duty. No one was turned away without food, water, and a place to rest. If a traveler arrived ill, a monk guided them gently to the infirmary. Travelers often described this care as extraordinary: warm bedding, clean water, soft food, and a level of attention rarely experienced outside noble households. Convents offered similar care for women. Nuns, like their male counterparts, cultivated herb gardens, prepared remedies, and tended to the sick within their communities. They learned healing arts from older sisters, developing skills passed down through generations. Many convents gained reputations as places of comfort, particularly for women who needed rest after childbirth, illness, or grief. Nuns approached healing with deep empathy, combining prayer with practical remedies, and their presence created a stabilizing, peaceful environment. Both monasteries and convents served as early centers for public health. During outbreaks of disease, these religious communities became sanctuaries of order amid chaos. They distributed herbs, offered prayers, and cared for the dying with dignity and calm. Monks and nuns understood that fear and disorder could worsen suffering, so their steady presence offered psychological relief even when physical healing was uncertain. One of the most remarkable roles these communities played was the preservation of medical knowledge. In their scriptoria, quiet rooms where monks copied manuscripts, texts by ancient physicians like Galen and Hippocrates were meticulously preserved. Without this effort, much of classical medical knowledge might have been lost. Monks added their own observations about fevers, wounds, herbal treatments, and emotional well-being. Their notes reflect deep attentiveness to human suffering and a strong desire to understand it. Monasteries also offered a unique concept of healing through rest. They understood that the body recovered slowly, and that prolonged rest in a clean, quiet environment aided recovery. While they lacked scientific understanding, this intuition often led to better outcomes than harsh treatments performed elsewhere. Many illnesses that were fatal in noisy, chaotic environments improved significantly under monastic care simply because patients were warm, quiet, hydrated, and emotionally supported. Imagine again the peaceful monastery at dawn. Mist hangs in the air. A monk walks slowly through the herb garden, gathering sprigs of thyme and rosemary in a woven basket. Inside, the infirmary glows with soft morning light. A sick traveler sleeps peacefully beneath woolen blankets. A young monk moves quietly, placing a cup of warm broth beside the bed. There is no rush, no panic, only routine, compassion, and patience. This atmosphere of peace was the true medicine monasteries offered. Not cures as we know them, but emotional shelter. A sick person here was not left to suffer alone. They were tended to physically, spiritually, and mentally. The sense of being cared for, truly cared for, brought comfort that transcended illness. As you breathe deeper now, imagine falling asleep in one of these quiet infirmary beds. The fire crackles softly. Herbs sway gently overhead. The murmur of distant chanting fills the air like a lullaby. Outside, the world continues, but here you are held in calmness. In Part 13, we will step into the world of medieval towns and cities, exploring how disease spread differently in crowded, bustling spaces, and how people adapted emotionally and practically to urban life. Part 13. Crowded streets, quiet fears, illness in medieval towns and growing cities. As you settle deeper into your breath, imagine yourself drifting over the rooftops of a medieval town at twilight. The sun has slipped low, painting the sky in muted strokes of grey-blue. Lanterns glow warmly in windows of timbered houses. Smoke escapes through narrow chimneys and curls upward, carrying the soft scent of burning wood. From above, the town appears dense, layered, and alive. A cluster of rooftops press tightly together like shells on a shoreline. Yet beneath this vibrant energy lies a quieter truth, that medieval towns, while full of opportunity, were also places where illness moved swiftly, borrowing strength from crowded streets and close living. Urban life in the Middle Ages was an entirely different world from the slow, familiar rhythms of the countryside. Towns were centers of trade, craftsmanship, and constant motion. People pressed past one another in narrow lanes. Merchants called out from stalls draped in cloth and spices. Children chased each other between workshop doors. Animals wandered freely, their hooves and paws clicking against cobblestones. Every sound echoed, voices, footsteps, laughter, the sharp ring of metal striking metal in a blacksmith's shop. Life here was dense, intimate, and unavoidably shared. But with closeness came vulnerability. Illness could pass through towns like a whisper, unnoticed at first, moving along the same pathways as trade, conversation, and daily labor. A single cough in a marketplace, a fevered traveler arriving at an inn, a child returning from school feeling tired, these small moments created threads that wove disease into the fabric of urban life. Imagine yourself stepping into a busy medieval marketplace. It's early morning. The air is cool, still carrying the dampness of night. Merchants arrange goods on wooden tables: bread, cheese, dried fish, pottery, woolen cloth, small bundles of herbs. People gather quickly, bakers buying grain, mothers purchasing vegetables, craftsmen searching for raw materials. Close conversations bloom like flowers, quick exchanges, friendly disputes, soft laughter. But every shared breath, every touch of a coin, every piece of bread handled by multiple hands becomes a tiny doorway for sickness to enter. Most medieval towns were built long before sanitation became an organized concept. Streets were narrow and winding, sloping downwards where waste and rainwater collected. There were no underground sewers. Instead, household refuse, vegetable scraps, dirty water, even chamber pots, was often thrown into the streets or carried to designated dumping areas. Livestock roamed freely, pigs snuffled near piles of refuse, dogs and cats patrolled alleyways, chickens strutted underfoot. These conditions, though normal to medieval residents, created environments where illness could thrive. Still, medieval townspeople were far from ignorant of hygiene. They swept their homes regularly, cleaned tools, and washed laundry at communal rivers. Yet the sheer density of urban life made controlling sickness difficult. Even well-kept homes were only inches away from others. Walls were thin. Families shared living spaces. Multiple households often crowded into upper floors of homes whose lower levels contained shops or workshops. Above the noise, the church bells rang in steady intervals, calling people to prayer and marking the hours. These bells were more than spiritual reminders, they provided structure to urban life, a rhythm that offered emotional stability when illness struck. Town healers, midwives, and apothecaries practiced their arts in small, cluttered spaces. Their shops smelled of dried herbs, beeswax, oils, and cloth. People visited them with ailments that ranged from simple colds to fevers that terrified families. Apothecaries mixed remedies by hand, syrups of honey and herbs, salves of rose oil and mint, tonics with warming spices. They relied on tradition, intuition, and observation, skills shaped over a lifetime. Yet even the best remedies were limited in crowded towns. Illness passed easily from household to household, especially during colder months when families spent most of their time indoors. Winter meant shut windows, shared blankets, and bread stored close to hearths. In such warmth, illnesses traveled like slow-moving shadows, drifting from room to room. Despite these vulnerabilities, urban communities were as emotionally resilient as their rural counterparts, sometimes even more so. When someone fell ill, neighbors visited with food, fresh water, or comforting words. Families in adjoining rooms offered help without hesitation. Churches organized small donations of bread or coins for struggling households. Guilds, the powerful unions of craftsmen, often provided support to members who were too sick to work. Guild brothers brought meals, stepped in to manage workshops, or offered prayers during evening gatherings. At night, when the streets grew quiet and lanterns flickered softly, illness did not generate chaos. Instead, the town transformed. Windows glowed with candlelight. Voices lowered. In some homes, people prayed together, reciting familiar hymns. In others, family members told stories to comfort one another. A mother stroked her child's hair as they drifted to sleep. A father whispered a blessing. Soft murmurs carried from one window to another. Fear was present, but it was never solitary. One of the most comforting aspects of urban life was the presence of religious institutions, churches, monasteries, and convents nestled within the town walls. These places offered sanctuary not only for spiritual solace but for physical healing. A sick person might be carried to a monastery gate, where monks or nuns provided warm blankets, broth, and quiet prayers. The stability of these institutions helped towns weather illness with calmness. Markets also played surprising roles in coping. Even during illness, life continued. People still gathered when they could, leaning on routines that felt reassuring. Market life brought news, herbal remedies, and shared sympathy. Someone might mention a cure they heard about. Another might bring a small charm said to protect against fever. Whether or not these methods worked, the act of sharing them strengthened the sense of community. Meanwhile, urban children adapted easily to illness around them. They learned early to fetch water, gather herbs, or play quietly near a sick relative. Their presence brought lightness to households darkened by worry. Children chattered softly, played simple games, or whispered stories to make the sick smile. Their resilience helped adults find strength. Of course, medieval towns sometimes faced crises, waves of sickness that moved faster than people could respond. But even then, emotional stability came from familiarity with hardship. Townspeople had lived through storms, fires, poor harvests, and war. Illness was frightening, yet it was another challenge to be met with patience and cooperation. As you imagine yourself walking now through the peaceful nighttime streets, lanterns glowing, windows warm with light, the faint hum of distant voices, you can feel that resilience. Medieval towns were not only places where disease flowed easily, they were places where human connection, routine, and shared support softened the unknown. Even in busy, crowded spaces, there was tenderness, a neighbor checking on an elderly friend, a baker setting aside a loaf for a sick customer, a church ringing its bells for healing prayers, a healer walking carefully through the streets with her basket of herbs. Illness moved quickly here, but so did compassion. As you drift toward deeper rest, imagine the quiet at the center of the town, the stillness that settles once the last lantern is dimmed and the final voices fade. In that stillness, people sleep close to one another, trusting in the bonds that sustain them. In Part 14, we will explore how medieval people interpreted dreams, omens, and signs during times of illness, ways they made sense of what felt inexplicable. Part 14. Dreams, Omens, and Night Whispers, how medieval people interpreted illness through signs. As your breath slows and your mind softens into rest, imagine a medieval night, the kind of night that feels almost sacred in its stillness. The streets are quiet. A pale moon hangs above steep rooftops. Inside small timbered homes, candles have been extinguished, fires reduced to gentle ember glow, and families lie beneath woolen blankets listening to the soft sounds of nighttime. In this hush, illness takes on a different dimension. It is not only a physical presence but a question that drifts into the realm of dreams, symbols, and signs. Medieval Europeans believed deeply that illness could communicate with them. Not through speech, but through the silent language of the unseen. Dreams, strange sounds, chance encounters, and unexpected shifts in nature were thought to hold meaning. These interpretations were not acts of fear or superstition, they were attempts to understand a world where much lay beyond human control. And so, illness became part of a larger cosmic conversation, one everyone tried to read with care. Imagine someone drifting to sleep during an uncertain time. Perhaps a parent worried for a sick child, or a farmer recovering from fever. As they lie by the fire, the boundary between waking and dreaming softens. The warmth against their skin feels comforting, yet their thoughts wander toward signs they might have noticed earlier that day, a crow perched near the window, a sudden gust of wind, or the unexpected arrival of a stranger. These moments take on new meaning in the quiet of night. To the medieval mind, dreams were not simply creations of the unconscious, they were messages, sometimes from God, sometimes from saints, sometimes from the body itself. Illness often altered sleep, producing vivid or unsettling dreams. People believed that fevers opened a kind of doorway within the mind, allowing visions that revealed the nature of sickness or hints of healing. A person suffering from fever might dream of water, rivers rushing quickly, or lakes lying still beneath moonlight. Water dreams were interpreted in many ways. Rushing water suggested a crisis nearing its peak, while still water brought hope of recovery. Dreams of fire could mean that the body was burning with imbalance. Dreams of forests, silent and deep, were taken as warnings to proceed with caution. These interpretations varied from region to region, but all carried emotional significance. Parents often listened carefully when sick children described their dreams. A child dreaming of birds, gentle, fluttering, bright, was thought to be on the path to healing. But dreams of wild animals pacing close by suggested the illness had not yet passed its peak. The telling of dreams became a quiet morning ritual, a way of gauging the emotional and spiritual state of the sick. Omens in waking life were equally important. Medieval villagers lived with nature so closely that they saw meaning in every shift of wind or movement of animals. When illness threatened a household, people paid attention to the behavior of birds, especially crows, owls, and sparrows. An owl perched near a home might cause concern, as owls were associated with mystery and the spirit world. But a sparrow tapping at a window was seen as a positive sign, symbolizing persistence and life. Weather held great interpretive power as well. A sudden storm was believed to blow away harmful vapors. A heavy fog, thick and lingering, was thought to herald sickness spreading silently. Rainfall during illness was seen as beneficial, washing illness from the air. When someone was severely sick, families listened to wind patterns, hoping for favorable signs. The first breeze after a long stillness brought comfort. It suggested that change was coming. Monks and nuns, accustomed to reflection, often interpreted dreams and signs with a blend of symbolism and spiritual discipline. A monk tending a sick brother might take note if ravens were unusually vocal or if the sky appeared strangely colored at dawn. He would not panic. Monastic training emphasized calmness, but he would incorporate these signs into prayers, asking for clarity and guidance. In monastic manuscripts, one finds quiet notes about dreams seen during epidemics or unusual weather that accompanied sickness. These were not scientific observations, but emotional anchors, ways to understand the unseen. Villagers also believed in personal signs, subtle experiences that seemed to whisper to individuals during moments of vulnerability. If someone found a small object on the road, such as a feather or a smooth stone, they might interpret it as a symbol offering reassurance. The color or shape of the object mattered. A white feather symbolized peace. A round stone suggested wholeness. These tiny tokens were sometimes kept beside the sick, offering comfort even if their meaning was uncertain. During times of widespread illness, entire communities looked for collective signs. Church bells ringing unexpectedly, the sudden blooming of flowers out of season, or animals behaving strangely were all interpreted as part of the illness's story. People spoke softly about these omens, never dismissing them outright. They were woven into conversation, into prayer, into the quiet reckoning of each day. But medieval coping was not only about interpreting signs. It was also about finding comfort in them. Even when an omen seemed negative, people sought meaning within it, believing that understanding brought emotional steadiness. If a dream felt troubling, families discussed it gently at breakfast, searching for reassurance in familiar interpretations. If a sign seemed ominous, they gathered at church to pray for protection. These practices softened fear, transforming uncertainty into shared ritual. Children engaged with these beliefs in their own gentle ways. They collected small talismans, bright berries, feathers, pieces of cloth, and placed them beside the sickbed as gifts. They believed these objects carried power simply because they were given with love. Adults accepted these offerings gratefully, understanding that emotional comfort was as vital as physical remedies. Healers often guided families in interpreting dreams. A healer might sit beside a patient and ask what they saw during the night, listening not only for meaning but for emotional clues. If the patient dreamed of open fields, she might say, "Your body seeks space and breath. Let us bring more fresh air into the room." If they dreamed of darkness, she might respond, "The night can confuse the mind. Let us light candles and speak prayers before sleep." Her interpretations were not literal instructions from dreams, but gentle ways to address fears. Some dreams were believed to carry healing messages. A sick person dreaming of a specific herb, rosemary, lavender, or mint, might lead the healer to prepare an infusion with that plant. Whether or not the dream held any real connection to healing properties, the alignment between dream and remedy brought psychological comfort. In towns, people shared stories of dreams that predicted the easing of illness. Someone might say, "My neighbor dreamed of sunlight breaking through clouds, and her fever lifted the next day." These stories passed from household to household, bringing hope. Even if they were coincidences, their emotional value was profound. Omens also guided communal decisions. If a village collectively sensed that illness might be coming, through strange weather, odd animal behavior, or unsettling dreams, people sometimes paused market gatherings, postponed festivals, or increased prayers. These cautious responses helped communities feel proactive, even when they did not fully understand the workings of disease. The most powerful sign of all was the change in a sick person's breath or color. Families watched these closely, interpreting them with quiet, practiced intuition. A deeper, more even breath signaled hope. A softening of the eyes brought relief. These observations were small oases of comfort in uncertain times, grounding people in the present moment. As you drift now into the same kind of quiet medieval night, imagine the world softened by candlelight and whispers. Imagine dreams carrying symbolic shapes, omens weaving gently through daily life, and communities finding meaning in the unseen. This was not a world ruled by fear but by interpretation, a world where illness spoke in symbols, and people listened with patience and humility. In Part 15, we will explore how medieval households adapted when sickness lingered. How routines shifted, how families balanced daily work with caregiving, and how communities sustained themselves through long periods of uncertainty. Part 15. When illness lingered, daily life reshaped by long sickness in medieval households. As you ease into a slower breath, imagine yourself in a medieval home where illness has not passed quickly. Days have stretched into weeks. The original worry that visited the household like a passing cloud has settled into something quieter and more enduring. Outside, the seasons may be shifting. Leaves might be changing or snow might be gathering. Yet inside the home, life has taken on a different rhythm. Everything revolves around the steady presence of a lingering sickness. Medieval families knew that some illnesses did not rush. They settled into the body slowly and took their time to release their hold. When this happened, households entered a mode of patient waiting and gentle adjustment. Each day became less about rushing through chores and more about moving in harmony with the pace of healing. These long illnesses were difficult, but people approached them not with despair, but with steadiness shaped by generations of experience. Picture a small cottage, the kind built with timber walls and a thatched roof. Inside, the main living space has become a quiet center of care. The sick person rests on a wooden bed layered with wool blankets. Nearby sits a low table with a cup of broth, a small bowl of herbs, a candle, and perhaps a charm carved from bone or wood. Around this sickbed, daily life reorganizes itself. Every action in the household becomes a gentle negotiation between routine and caregiving. In a lingering illness, one of the first shifts families made was to establish a slower rhythm. Instead of the usual dawn rush to chores, work began quietly and without urgency. The mother tended the fire with calm movements. The father stepped outside to tend animals, but he did so softly, closing the door without noise. Children learned to hush their morning games, speaking in whispers or wandering outside to play where their laughter would not disturb the rest. Caregiving became a form of shared responsibility. No single person carried the burden. Families rotated tasks naturally, each taking the role their age and ability suited. An older child might gather water from a nearby source. A grandmother might prepare warm compresses. A father might check the herbal supplies and replenish what was running low. Everyone found a way to help, creating a sense of unity that softened the emotional weight of the illness. Meals changed as well. Foods known to comfort and strengthen the body became staples. Broth simmered for hours, filling the home with rich, soothing aromas. Bread was baked more often so that the sick person could eat something soft and warm. Herbs like mint, sage, and rosemary were added to dishes not only for flavor but for their believed medicinal qualities. Even if the science did not support such remedies, the emotional nourishment they provided was powerful. The household also arranged itself to maintain warmth. Medieval people understood intuitively that a warm environment encouraged healing. Extra logs were gathered for the fire. Blankets were laid. Windows were shuttered tightly against cold winds. Families placed warm stones wrapped in cloth at the foot of the bed or beneath blankets to provide steady heat. These small actions helped conserve the sick person's strength. When illness lingered, families also rebalanced their workload. Some chores were delayed. Others were shared with neighbors. In rural areas, villagers often stepped in to help with livestock or the harvest, understanding that sickness was never a private matter. In towns, guilds sometimes supported families facing long-term illness by offering help with basic needs. These acts of support reduced the pressure on caregivers and assured them that life beyond their doorstep would not crumble. Time itself felt different during long illnesses. Days blended softly together. Morning began with checking on the sick person, offering water, and adjusting blankets. Afternoon brought quiet tasks like mending clothing, preparing herbs, or sweeping the floors. Evening brought prayer, storytelling, or simple companionship. This slower pace, though stressful in its uncertainty, also brought a kind of intimacy. Families spent more time together. Conversations deepened. Bonds grew stronger under the shared weight of concern. Emotional resilience during prolonged illness depended heavily on rituals. Families relied on them for structure. They might say morning prayers around the hearth, asking for strength. Before sleep, they might recite a familiar hymn or gently remind the sick person that they were not alone. These rituals were comforting because they repeated something known, something stable, something that felt like a promise. Children played a unique role during these long periods. Their presence brought life and circulation to the home. Even when illness required quiet, children found ways to contribute. They created small tokens for the sick, such as feathers, woven grass, or polished stones. They whispered stories they had heard from elders or made up gentle tales of animals in the woods. Their innocence lifted the emotional heaviness, providing soft moments of joy. visitors were handled more carefully during long illnesses. Close neighbors still came, but they entered the home respectfully, speaking softly and offering help rather than staying long. They brought gifts such as herbs, warm meals, or small loaves of sweetened bread. Their presence reassured the family that the community remained close. In towns, visitors might bring news from outside or updates from the local market, keeping the sick person connected to the world. Healers visited periodically during prolonged illness. They asked questions, listened carefully, and adjusted their remedies. Some healers specialized in chronic conditions and understood that the body healed in slow cycles. They reassured families that persistence mattered more than dramatic cures. These visits often improved morale more than the remedies themselves. Healers brought hope, wisdom, and a sense of direction. Spiritual care deepened during long illnesses. The family might request special prayers at church or light candles for the sick. Priests or monks sometimes visited homes to pray, offer blessings, or bring holy water. These rituals strengthened emotional endurance. The belief that illness had spiritual meaning gave families a framework to understand suffering. It made the uncertainty feel less chaotic. One of the most remarkable features of medieval coping was the ability to integrate illness into daily life without letting it eclipse all else. Families still laughed, still cooked, still tended animals, still mended clothing, still celebrated small joys. A lingering illness brought challenges, but people accepted that life continued in softer, quieter forms. They did not pause the world, they reshaped it. Recovery from a lingering illness brought renewed energy to the household. When the sick person finally stood or walked again, even if slowly, the house felt different. It brightened. Neighbors visited with warm wishes. Children danced. Families gave thanks through prayer. A sense of rebirth filled the home. Yet if the illness did not resolve, families adapted emotionally, drawing strength from each other. They learned to carry their grief gently, to share it rather than letting it harden into isolation. Medieval people understood that suffering, while painful, was a universal companion of life. They met it with connection rather than solitude. As you rest now, imagine being in one of these homes on a quiet night. A fire glows softly. Someone hums a familiar tune. Outside, the wind rustles through the trees. Inside, a family sits together, finding comfort in the simple closeness of shared moments. Illness has lingered, but love has adapted. In Part 16, we will explore how medieval healers diagnosed long illnesses, what tools and methods they used, and how their interpretive approach shaped the experience of sickness. Part 16. Reading the body, how medieval healers diagnosed long illnesses. As you relax deeper into your breath, imagine a quiet medieval home at early dawn. The sky outside is pale and soft, the kind of grey-blue that arrives before the sun fully rises. Inside, the fire is being coaxed back to life, its warmth beginning to fill the room. A healer sits beside a sick person, her hands folded in her lap, listening, watching, thinking. She has walked here before sunrise, guided not by urgency but by patient dedication. Her presence brings calm. For in a world without modern medicine, healing begins with observation, intuition, and deep, deliberate care. To understand how medieval healers diagnosed illness, you must imagine a practice built not on rapid tests or complex instruments, but on quiet attention. Healers did not hurry. They listened closely to stories, to symptoms, to the rhythm of a breath, the tone of a voice, the temperature of a hand. Diagnosis was not only a matter of identifying a disease. It was an act of reading the human body as though it were a text, one written in signs, sensations, and subtle shifts. Picture the healer settling onto a wooden stool beside the sickbed. She begins not with tools, but with conversation. She asks the family to describe the earliest signs of illness. When did the symptoms begin? Did anything unusual happen that day? Has the sick person been eating, sleeping, or drinking differently? These questions reveal patterns that matter deeply in her interpretive world. The healer then turns her attention to the sick person. She places her hand gently on their forehead, testing for fever. Medieval healers believed fever had personality, almost as though it were a visitor choosing its own pace. A slow, quiet fever suggested imbalance in the humors. A sharp, hot fever hinted at internal conflict within the body. A wandering fever that came and went was seen as the most mysterious, requiring both physical and spiritual remedies. Next, she studies the person's complexion. Medieval medical thought placed great importance on color. A rosy tint signaled vitality. A pale face suggested coldness or depletion. A yellowish tone indicated issues with bile. A darker, shadowed look around the eyes was seen as a sign of exhaustion or the influence of melancholy. These interpretations were rooted in humoral theory, which shaped medical understanding for centuries. The healer then examines the pulse. She places 2 fingers lightly on the wrist, closing her eyes to focus. She does not measure the pulse mathematically. Instead, she interprets its qualities. Is it strong or weak? Fast or slow? Steady or irregular? A strong pulse meant the body was still fighting. A weak pulse meant the body's strength was fading. An irregular pulse suggested that emotions, stress, or spiritual unrest might be playing a role. After the pulse, she observes the tongue. Medieval healers believed the tongue revealed the state of the internal body. A coated tongue indicated imbalance. A dry tongue meant heat or dehydration. A swollen tongue pointed to excess phlegm. These interpretations may seem simple, but they helped healers differentiate between types of illness long before microscopes or laboratory tests. Another key diagnostic element was the sick person's breath. Healers leaned close to listen to its rhythm. They also paid attention to the scent of the breath, believing it carried valuable clues. Sweet-smelling breath suggested fever. Sour breath suggested stomach imbalance. Breath that seemed faint or shallow was viewed as a sign of spiritual or emotional burden. All of this guided the healer's understanding. Then came the questions directed toward the sick person's spirit. Medieval healers believed that emotions played a profound role in illness. They asked about dreams, fears, sorrows, and recent conflicts. Illness was never viewed as purely physical. The mind and soul were considered essential components of diagnosis. A healer might ask if the sick person had been grieving, worrying, or feeling overwhelmed. These emotional currents shaped the treatment plan. Sometimes the healer stepped outside to examine elements beyond the body. She might observe the weather, believing that wind, humidity, or sudden temperature changes influenced illness. She might look at the household surroundings, noting smells, dampness, or drafts. She might speak briefly with neighbors to hear how sickness had moved through the community. All these observations helped her build a fuller understanding. Healers also used tools, simple yet meaningful. One common tool was a small brass astrolabe or calendar wheel marked with zodiac signs. Medieval medicine often connected certain illnesses with the movements of stars or the phases of the moon. The healer consulted the chart to determine whether treatment should warm, cool, cleanse, or nourish the body. While these ideas may feel symbolic, they provided structure to her decisions. Another tool was a small wooden box holding dried herbs, salves, and tinctures. The healer opened the box slowly, selecting herbs not only for their physical properties but for their emotional resonance. Lavender might be chosen for someone restless. Rosemary for strength. Mint for cleansing. Elderflower for fever. The gentleness of this process brought comfort to the household even before treatment began. Healers also used listening as a diagnostic technique. They listened to how the sick person spoke, noticing whether their voice trembled or steadied. They listened to coughing patterns. They listened to how the person sighed, or whispered, or paused. These sounds carried meaning, like clues guiding the healer toward understanding. In cases of long illness, the healer often returned many times. Each visit deepened her knowledge of the patient. She might observe whether they gained or lost appetite. She watched how they slept. She noted changes in posture or mood. These subtle observations shaped her evolving diagnosis, which could shift softly over days. Medieval healers rarely limited themselves to a single explanation. Instead, they held multiple possibilities at once. They believed illness could arise from imbalance in the humors, from environmental influences, from emotional turmoil, or from spiritual unrest. Because of this, their care was layered. They prepared herbal remedies to soothe the body, gave advice to ease the mind, and offered prayers or blessings to comfort the spirit. Families trusted these healers not because they always cured illness, but because they approached sickness with empathy, insight, and patience. Their presence transformed anxiety into something bearable. Even when diagnoses were uncertain, the act of being seen, heard, and cared for brought emotional healing. One of the most profound aspects of medieval diagnosis was how deeply it involved the household. Family members shared observations, asked questions, and offered memories about the sick person's habits. The healer, in turn, validated their perspectives. Diagnosis was not a top-down declaration but a communal process. The household and healer collaborated in seeking understanding. When illness lingered for months, diagnosis became an ongoing conversation. The healer adapted treatments gradually. She adjusted diets, changed herbs, encouraged rest, invited prayer, or suggested short walks when strength allowed. She supported not only the sick person but the entire household, recognizing the emotional strain they endured. Healers also knew the limits of their practice. When sickness deepened, they gently prepared families for the possibility that the body might not recover. They did not frame this as failure. Instead, they spoke of cycles, of seasons, of the natural ebb and flow of life. Their words softened the hard edges of grief. As you drift into deeper rest, imagine sitting beside that healer for a moment. The room is warm. The sick person breathes softly. The healer watches with calm eyes, gathering insight not through instruments but through presence. Her understanding is not perfect, yet it is sincere and grounded in centuries of tradition. She treats illness not as an enemy to be defeated but as a story to be read with care. In Part 17, we will explore how medieval communities responded when illness returned repeatedly, season after season, and how patterns of sickness shaped the emotional memory of entire generations. Part 17. The Seasons of Sickness, How Recurring Illness Shaped Medieval Memory and Community Resilience. As your breath slows into a gentle rhythm, imagine a medieval village nestled between rolling hills at the edge of early winter. The air carries the faint scent of frost. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys. Families gather indoors, drawing close to the fire as darkness arrives early. It is in these quieter months that memories stir. Memories of illnesses that have visited before, of fevers that swept through the town last winter or the year before that. For medieval people, sickness was not only an event. It was a returning presence, something woven into the cycle of seasons and the emotional memory of communities. Medieval Europe experienced illness not as isolated outbreaks but as patterns. A cough that returned each spring. Fevers that visited after the harvest. Stomach ailments that came with the first cold rains. These patterns shaped expectations, shaped stories, shaped how people braced themselves each year. Illness became part of the rhythm of life, much like planting, harvesting, or gathering firewood. Imagine a small village preparing for winter. The fields have been cleared, grain stored in wooden bins. Families reinforce their homes with straw to block out drafts. As they work, someone recalls how last winter brought a coughing sickness that lingered for weeks. Another remembers a fever that spread through households 2 winters in a row. Children listen quietly to these stories, learning early that illness has seasons, a kind of predictable unpredictability. These memories did not create panic. Instead, they created readiness. When the cold months approached, families prepared not only food and firewood but also herbs and remedies known to help during the illnesses of past years. Dried sage, mint, elderberry, and thyme were stored carefully. Wool blankets were mended. Warm stones were set aside for times when fever or chills arrived. The memory of previous sicknesses created a sense of foresight. The emotional memory of illness also extended beyond individual households. Villagers shared recollections during winter gatherings, sitting around the hearth in the communal hall or the corner of a tavern. Someone might say, 3 winters ago, the cough took many weeks to pass. Another might reply, the healer used more rosemary that year. Perhaps we should gather extra. These conversations wove a collective history of sickness that helped communities learn from the past. Recurring illnesses also affected how people interpreted the seasons. Spring, with its freshness and renewal, was both a source of hope and a reminder of fevers that sometimes followed the thaw. Summer brought long days of work, but also the risk of waterborne illness during hot spells. Autumn brought the harvest and festivals, yet people remembered that cooler, damp weather awakened old ailments. Winter brought quiet reflection, a slowing of life, and often the return of familiar coughs and chills. Through these cycles, medieval people cultivated a deep acceptance. Illness was not seen as a sign that the world was unraveling. It was part of the world. Something to endure, to understand, and to remember. Communities responded with solidarity rather than fear. Now imagine a year when sickness returns earlier than expected. In late autumn, before the first frost settles, someone falls ill with a fever reminiscent of the previous year. Families notice this quickly. The healer is called sooner. Neighbors offer help immediately. Children are guided to play quietly outdoors. A sense of collective memory awakens. This feels like last year, someone might say. We should prepare. This memory is not a burden. It is a guide. The recurrence of sickness shaped how people saw themselves in relation to time. Generations spoke of past outbreaks with a calm reverence, as though illness were a teacher. Grandparents told stories of fevers from their youth. Parents recounted how elders survived past waves through patience and care. These stories became emotional inheritance, passed down with the same tenderness as heirlooms. Sometimes illness returned in a milder form, prompting relief. Other times it returned more intensely, prompting caution. But no matter the intensity, the shared memory helped communities respond with quiet coordination. Villagers also remembered who had helped during past illnesses. They recalled which neighbors brought wood, which midwives stayed awake for nights, which healers offered comfort. This memory built trust and reinforced bonds. During recurring sickness, people leaned on relationships shaped not only by daily life but by shared endurance. In towns and cities, recurring illness shaped urban routines. Market gossip included references to past outbreaks. Guilds remembered years when many of their craftsmen fell sick and adjusted their work accordingly. Churches held ceremonies specifically to remember those lost in previous waves, creating a ritualized space for acknowledging the cyclical nature of sickness. Even children became carriers of these memories. They heard repeated phrases from adults such as "take care during the damp days" or "drink this because it helped your grandfather." Over time, children absorbed not only the stories but the emotional wisdom embedded within them, the knowledge that illness comes and goes, that fear softens when shared, and that communities stand together through each returning wave. Recurring sickness also shaped medieval spirituality. Priests preached about endurance, reminding congregations that illness had visited before and had been survived. Candles were lit at altars not only for those who were sick but in memory of those who endured illness in the past. These rituals brought comfort, linking the present moment to a line of ancestors who had faced similar trials. Monasteries recorded recurring illnesses in their chronicles. Notes written in calm script described fevers that came every seventh summer or coughs that returned each winter. These records helped future generations recognize patterns, deepening their understanding of seasonal sickness. Emotionally, recurring illness created a strange blend of vulnerability and strength. People feared sickness, yet they trusted their ability to meet it. They carried grief from past outbreaks, yet they carried gratitude as well. They remembered losses but also remembered recoveries with equal clarity. Through this balance, a quiet resilience emerged. As you rest now, imagine yourself in a medieval home on an evening when sickness has returned. A candle flickers gently. Someone stirs a pot of broth, releasing a warm, comforting aroma. Children sit near the fire, wrapped in blankets. The healer arrives with her basket, recognizing the familiar pattern of symptoms. She speaks gently, saying she has seen this illness before, that it comes and goes, that the body knows how to endure. Her words bring calm. The family breathes a little easier. Outside, neighbors speak softly as they walk home, each remembering past years, each preparing to support one another again. Recurring illness did not break medieval communities. It shaped them. It deepened their compassion. It strengthened their rituals. It wove families and neighbors together through shared vulnerability and shared hope. In Part 18, we will explore how medieval people confronted the possibility of death during prolonged sickness, and how rituals of care, prayer, and presence softened the hardest moments. Part 18. The nearness of death, quiet goodbyes, rituals of comfort, and the softening of final moments. As you settle deeper into your breath, imagine a medieval home on a winter night. The wind moves softly through the thatch. A candle burns low. The fire at the hearth crackles with gentle persistence, its warmth filling the room with a golden glow. Inside this quiet space, a family gathers around a loved one whose illness has lingered for many months. The atmosphere is not frantic or loud. It is hushed, deliberate, and deeply tender. Medieval people understood that when sickness no longer improved, there came a time to turn toward comfort, presence, and the rituals that eased the soul. Death was not sudden or unfamiliar in medieval life. It was woven gently into the rhythm of existence, not feared as an abrupt stranger but acknowledged as a final chapter of the story everyone shared. Medieval people did not speak of death casually, but they did speak of it openly, especially when illness made its presence known. Their approach to the end of life was shaped by faith, by tradition, by community, and by a quiet acceptance that softened the hardest edges of grief. Imagine the sick person resting in bed, surrounded by blankets and warm stones wrapped in cloth. Their breathing is slower now, deeper or more fragile. Their hands rest gently on their chest. Family members sit close, speaking softly, offering water or broth, adjusting blankets, or simply holding a hand. These simple acts carry immense emotional weight. They say, without words, you are not alone. In medieval households, the moments when a loved one might be nearing death triggered a set of familiar, comforting rituals. These rituals varied from region to region, but all shared a central purpose: to provide peace, to honor the person's life, and to ensure that their soul felt guided rather than lost. Even in poverty, even during harsh winters or difficult times, families found ways to create sacredness around these moments. One of the first rituals was the gathering of family. Word spread quietly through the house or through the village. Brothers, sisters, children, neighbors, and close friends arrived without haste. They came not to panic or despair, but to be present. Presence was considered one of the greatest gifts one could offer. To sit with the dying, to pray with them, to speak their name, these acts carried the weight of love and continuity. The priest or parish cleric played a central role during these moments. When families sensed that the end might be near, someone walked to the church to request the priest's blessing. The priest would arrive wrapped in warm robes, carrying oil for anointing, a small cross, holy water, and perhaps a candle. His voice was gentle as he greeted the family, offering reassurance and prayers. He would sit beside the sick person, speak softly, and prepare their heart for rest. The ritual of anointing, known later as extreme unction, involved placing oil on the forehead, chest, or hands while speaking prayers of peace. Medieval people believed that this ritual eased suffering and provided spiritual comfort. For the sick person, the familiar smell of oil and the warmth of the priest's hand soothed fear. For the family, it brought a sense of order and meaning to an otherwise uncertain moment. Next came prayers. Families prayed aloud, often in simple words rather than formal liturgy. A mother might whisper a childhood prayer she learned long ago. A father might recite verses from the Psalms. Children might clasp their hands tightly, murmuring soft blessings. Even those who could not read knew prayers by heart. These prayers did more than call for healing. They created a soundscape of love and calmness, something for the sick person to rest within. Silence was just as important as prayer. After the words faded, a peaceful quiet filled the room. In this silence, people held hands, exchanged glances, or simply watched the flicker of the candle. Silence allowed grief to be felt without breaking the atmosphere of peace. It allowed memories to surface, memories of harvests, festivals, births, laughter, and simple days spent together. As the sick person drifted in and out of consciousness, family members offered comfort through touch. Touch carried deep meaning in medieval culture. Holding hands, brushing hair from the forehead, or placing a warm cloth on the chest were gestures that conveyed tenderness in ways words could not. Touch said, "We are here." "We will not leave you." Even when the sick person could no longer respond verbally, they sensed this presence. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of familiar objects. Families placed meaningful items within reach of the sick: a wooden rosary worn smooth by years of prayer, a small cross carved by a loved one, a bundle of herbs with a comforting scent, or a piece of cloth embroidered long ago. These items grounded the sick person spiritually and emotionally. Meanwhile, the household adapted around the sickbed. Meals were cooked softly. Conversations became quieter. Children were guided to behave gently. If neighbors arrived, they entered with calm steps and a bowed head. The entire home became a sanctuary. Songs played a special role in these moments. Some families sang hymns, soft, slow, familiar tunes that wrapped the room in a blanket of sound. Others sang regional laments or lullabies, melodies passed down through generations. These songs allowed families to express grief without overwhelming the sick person. They were gentle, unhurried, and soothing. Outside the home, the village responded as well. Neighbors lit candles, prayed, or simply whispered hopeful wishes near their hearths. People spoke quietly in the market square, sharing concern and offering help. The community felt the weight of the moment. Medieval life emphasized that each individual was part of a wider fabric, and when one thread loosened, the entire fabric felt it. As the final moments approached, the atmosphere often became softer rather than more distressed. Medieval families believed that the soul's passing was a transition rather than an abrupt end. They spoke calmly to the dying person, reassuring them that they were loved, that they had lived well, that the family would remember them. These words created stability at a time of emotional fragility. Breathing slowed. Hands relaxed. The room grew still. In that stillness, the understanding settled that the moment had come. Tears flowed, but not with panic. They flowed quietly, accepted as part of the sacredness of the moment. After the passing, families followed another set of rituals meant to honor the body and ease grief. They washed the body gently with warm water. They dressed the person in clean garments, often their best. They placed small objects in their hands. Someone lit a candle to guide the soul. Neighbors gathered to help dig the grave, prepare food, or sit with the family. These acts allowed grief to move through the community rather than weigh on a single household. For days afterward, the memory of the death rippled gently through daily life. Families reminisced softly. Children asked questions. The priest offered prayers during morning mass. The community carried the memory forward with quiet reverence. As you rest now, imagine being in that medieval room once more. The candle flickers. The fire glows. The family gathers in tenderness, not fear. The rituals unfold slowly, designed to soften both the sick person's final moments and the family's grief. There is sorrow, yes, but it is surrounded by love, presence, and meaning. In Part 19, we will explore how medieval communities mourned after death, how funerals, wakes, and shared rituals helped people heal and remember. Part 19. Mourning and Memory. How medieval communities grieved together and found their way forward. Imagine now a medieval village in the soft light of dawn, the sky a muted grey-blue, the air cool and still. The night has passed, and with it the final breaths of a loved one. Inside the home, candles burn low, their flames steady and quiet. The family has already begun the first delicate rituals of mourning, not rushed or forced, but unfolding naturally as generations before them had done. In medieval Europe, grief did not sit silently in one corner of a household. Instead, it moved gently outward, passing from family to neighbors, from neighbors to friends, from friends to the wider community. Mourning was a shared experience, softened through company and tradition. The body of the deceased, dressed in simple yet clean garments, rests on a wooden board or a straw-filled bed. The family has washed the body carefully, using warm water infused with herbs like rosemary, lavender, or sweet marjoram. These scents fill the air, comforting and familiar, blending with the faint smoke from the hearth. The washing of the body was not only a practical act but a symbolic one, a final gesture of love, dignity, and tenderness. Medieval people believed that how one cared for the dead reflected how one honored the living. Before the burial, the home often became a gathering place. Neighbors entered with hushed voices, removing their hats or cloaks, offering quiet embraces or resting their hands gently on the shoulders of those grieving. They came not to talk excessively, but simply to be present. In medieval thought, presence itself was a balm. A neighbor sitting beside you in silence could speak more comfort than any eloquent words. The body might remain in the home for 1 or 2 nights, depending on custom. During that time, someone sat with the deceased at all hours. This ritual, known in many regions as a wake, had both spiritual and emotional meaning. Spiritually, people believed it ensured the soul felt guided rather than abandoned. Emotionally, it helped families process the transition, making the reality of loss gentler and less abrupt. The wake was filled with soft prayers, whispered stories, and small gestures of care, someone adjusting a blanket, another adding a log to the fire, another handing a warm drink to a grieving widow or son. Children were not always shielded from these moments. In many households, they were allowed to enter quietly, to see the body, to hold a parent's hand, to hear the murmured stories of ancestors. Medieval families believed that death, while sorrowful, was a natural part of life, and that allowing children to witness mourning in a supportive environment helped them understand the world rather than fear it. The priest arrived again, usually in the morning. He entered with a solemn but gentle expression, blessing the body and praying for its peaceful passage. His prayers echoed through the room in a steady rhythm, a familiar cadence in a time of uncertainty. Medieval people found deep comfort in these liturgical sounds, the rising and falling of the priest's voice, the rustle of robes, the faint clink of a censer swinging as incense drifted into the air. Incense symbolized purification, but it also symbolized continuity. People had smelled that same smoke during baptisms, weddings, feast day celebrations. Its presence here tied together the milestones of a life. When the time came for the burial, the community gathered outside the house. The bell of the local church tolled slowly, each strike rolling across the fields and chimneys, calling villagers to come and accompany the deceased on their final path. The tolling of the bell served multiple purposes. It announced the death, signaled the beginning of mourning rituals, honored the dead, and reminded the living of their shared fragility. No one walked alone to the churchyard. Even the poorest villager had companions beside them on that last journey. The procession moved at a walking pace, slow and deliberate. Some held candles, their flames flickering in the light breeze. Others carried small tokens, such as a sprig of herb or a piece of cloth, to place on the grave. As they walked, people often recited short prayers or sang simple chants, nothing loud, nothing triumphant, just soft lines meant to soothe the heart and guide the soul. The entire village, for a moment, felt like a single body breathing together. At the churchyard, the grave had already been prepared, dug by neighbors or members of the parish. Medieval graveyards were intimate places. Small spaces surrounded by stone walls, with uneven rows of wooden markers or carved stones leaning gently over time. Some graves were covered in moss. Others were marked with symbols or names. But all graves shared a certain quiet dignity, a reminder that medieval people lived close to the earth not only in life but in memory. The priest stood at the head of the grave, his voice steady and patient as he read the final prayers. The family stood closest, often holding one another's hands tightly. When the moment came, the body was lowered slowly, carefully, with care taken to avoid sudden movements. This was not a moment of dramatic grief. It was a moment of reverence. Many medieval people wept softly here, but they did not hide their tears. Grief was understood as a natural, even necessary, expression of love. After the body was laid to rest, each person tossed a handful of soil into the grave. This act carried layers of meaning. The acceptance of loss, the acknowledgement of the body's return to the earth, and the promise that the memory of the person would remain. Children, especially, found comfort in this small gesture. It gave them something concrete to do, a way to participate in mourning. When the grave was gently filled, the community slowly dispersed. But the rituals of mourning did not end at the burial. Medieval families observed mourning periods that varied by region. Some wore darker clothing or simple bands of cloth. Others refrained from celebrations or feasts for a time. Some households lit a candle each evening, letting it burn in honor of the departed. These rituals helped families find structure in the aftermath of grief, offering a rhythm that supported healing. Communal grieving also continued. Neighbors brought food, simple stews, bread, or cheese. They helped with daily tasks, gathering firewood, tending animals, or watching children. These acts were not done out of obligation but out of recognition that sorrow was lighter when carried together. In the church, prayers were offered for the deceased during Mass. The priest might mention their name, asking the congregation to join in blessing their soul. This ensured that the person remained part of the community, even after passing. Memory played a powerful role in medieval mourning. Families told stories around the hearth. Stories of the person's youth, their kindnesses, their work in the fields, their laughter during festivals. These stories softened pain and kept the person alive in the shared imagination of the village. Medieval people believed deeply that memory was a form of presence, and that speaking the names of the dead honored both the living and the departed. As the weeks passed, grief shifted from sharp to soft. Life continued gently, fields still needed tending, animals needed care, seasons changed. Medieval people found healing in the rhythms of daily life, trusting that time, community, and faith would carry them forward. In these ways, mourning was not an isolating experience. It was a communal journey, held within structures of ritual, spirituality, and shared humanity. Medieval communities knew how to grieve together, how to hold one another up, how to move as one through sorrow into renewal. As you breathe slowly now, imagine that medieval village at twilight. The church bell has long since fallen silent. The grave lies beneath the sheltering branches of an old tree. A candle glows in a cottage window. Inside, a family sits together, quiet but not alone. Sorrow rests gently, but so does love, memory, and the soft promise of life continuing. Part 20. Renewal and Resilience: How Medieval Europe Continued Onward After Waves of Illness and Loss. Imagine now a medieval landscape washed in the pale light of early spring. Frost still clings to the ground in shaded places, but the first hints of green push through the soil. Smoke rises quietly from cottage chimneys. Birds begin to return to hedgerows and fields. After a long season of hardship, whether illness, famine, or simple winter scarcity, there is a subtle shift in the air. Medieval communities often experienced life in cycles, and even after sickness and sorrow, there was always a sense that renewal would come. This final chapter invites you to settle into that feeling, the gentle resilience that allowed medieval people to rebuild their lives, homes, and hopes. In the aftermath of illness, when grief had softened from acute to quiet ache, communities naturally moved toward healing. The process was never rushed. Medieval people understood that grief was not something to ignore or push aside. Instead, it lived alongside daily life, gradually easing as work, ritual, and companionship filled the days. Slowly, homes regained their sounds, the clatter of pots, the chatter of children, the rhythmic sweep of a broom across a dirt floor. One of the clearest signs of renewal was the return to the fields. Medieval Europe was deeply tied to the land. Even illness, with all its disruptions, could not pause the turning of the seasons. As spring approached, families stepped into their gardens and farmlands once again. They reassessed the soil, repaired fences, mended tools, and looked towards sowing seeds. Plowing, planting, and tending to crops signaled a kind of emotional grounding. By touching the earth, medieval people reconnected with something steady and enduring. The sense of community strengthened during these times. Those who had suffered losses received help from neighbors who understood their grief. A village might send extra hands to plow a widow's field. Children might gather water or firewood for an elderly couple still recovering from illness. These gestures were small in the eyes of the world but immense in the structure of medieval life. They ensured that no one started anew alone. In the churchyard, the graves of the recently departed were tended with respect. Families visited them during quiet moments, laying sprigs of herbs, brushing away leaves, offering simple prayers. Yet even there, renewal could be felt. Wildflowers bloomed around headstones. Bees hummed softly between blossoms. Birds built nests in nearby trees. Medieval people often saw these natural signs as comforting reminders that life and death were not enemies but companions in a larger, mysterious rhythm. Within the household, routine slowly returned to normal. The morning began with tending the fire and preparing breakfast, simple meals like porridge, bread, or cheese. Children resumed their chores. Gathering eggs, carrying water, helping sweep the floor. Adults tended livestock or resumed crafts such as weaving, blacksmithing, or repairing tools. These familiar tasks offered stability. They reminded families that though illness had passed through their homes, the structure of life remained. The church played a major role in this stage of renewal. Priests offered sermons of hope and continuity, emphasizing themes of endurance, divine companionship, and the interwoven nature of human lives. Feast days returned, quiet at first, then gradually more joyous. Bell towers rang again not for mourning alone but for celebration, calling the community to reconnect with one another. Markets also revived. Traders arrived from nearby towns with goods, cloth, spices, pots, tools, and small luxuries like honey or dyed thread. Villagers gathered in a square, exchanging produce, stories, and laughter. The market was a place where life felt communal again, where people witnessed evidence of resilience on the faces of their neighbors. Another sign of renewal was the return of crafts and artistic expression. Artisans began repairing damaged goods or creating new ones. Carvers shaped wooden spoons and bowls. Potters worked at their wheels. Weavers composed new patterns on their looms, producing textiles with colors that reminded households of joy. Even religious art played a role. Frescoes and carvings inside churches continued to be repaired, repainted, or added to over time. Art became a quiet channel for emotional restoration. Children in particular symbolized renewal. Their laughter returned first, ringing through the fields and pathways. They resumed games, chasing each other around trees, skipping stones near rivers, or practicing simple dances taught by older siblings. Medieval adults watched them with warmth. Children's resilience reminded everyone that life had an incredible capacity to continue, to grow, to brighten even after the darkest months. Families also rediscovered rhythm through storytelling. On quiet nights, after the day's chores were finished, households gathered around the hearth. Stories flowed, not only tales of saints and heroes, but family stories of past seasons, old hardships, great harvests, and ancestors who had shaped their lineage. Storytelling connected the past with the present, allowing families to see their lives as part of a long chain rather than isolated moments. Renewal was also spiritual. Medieval people turned toward faith for understanding, for solace, and for guidance. Illness often prompted deep reflection. People asked gentle questions about the fragility of life, the purpose of suffering, and the mystery of divine will. These questions were not spoken with fear but with curiosity and humility. Pilgrimages, whether long or short, sometimes followed illness. Families visited local shrines or holy wells to give thanks for survival or seek comfort for loss. The journey itself, even if only a mile or two, provided space for reflection and peace. Communities gradually rebuilt what illness had disrupted. Houses that needed repair were fixed. Fields damaged by neglect were replanted. Livestock herds were tended with a renewed sense of care. Medieval people believed that to rebuild the physical world was also to rebuild the emotional and spiritual world within themselves. Every repaired roof, every mended tool, every row of crops planted was a quiet act of hope. Throughout this process, medieval villages carried forward the lessons learned during illness. They recognized the importance of community bonds, the value of shared rituals, and the strength found in gentleness. They understood that sickness could not be entirely prevented but that its emotional toll could be softened through compassion, faith, and cooperation. Over time, these values shaped not only how communities responded to illness but how they approached life itself. As you imagine this medieval world healing, think of the slow but steady return of light. Days grow longer. Birds return to their nesting places. Children laugh again. Fields sprout green shoots. The rhythm of life, interrupted temporarily, resumes its quiet flow. And so medieval Europe continued, through cycles of illness and health, sorrow and joy, winter and spring. With each passing generation, the resilience of its people became woven into the fabric of their collective memory. They faced hardship not with despair but with gentle courage, learning to rebuild, to remember, and to carry forward the love that bound them together. Now, settle into your breath once more. Let the story soften into a sense of stillness. This final chapter, like the others before it, offers a reminder that even in the darkest moments, humanity has always found ways to heal, to rediscover connection, and to move forward with grace. Thank you for resting with this series. As we leave the candlelit villages and quiet hearths of medieval Europe behind, let the stories of resilience, compassion, and renewal stay with you. May their calm rhythms guide you into a peaceful night and a softer state of mind. Until our next quiet journey together, sleep well. Background historian out.